Is next. Sarah, there she is up front. Sarah Wood first joined the board in 2021 as the director at large. She is also a youth director at large and executive member at Agriculture Adaptations Council. Sarah is a fourth-generation farmer and farms with her husband Chris, her mother Deb, and son Logan in Mitchell, Ontario, near Stratford. Sarah is also a graduate of the University of Guelph and the Advanced Agriculture Leadership Program. Also on the executive, Ethan Wallace. Ethan has been a director. I'm not sure where you are, Ethan. There he is in the lights, shining off your head and mine. Ethan's been a director of the OFA since 2021, representing farmers in Zone 7 here in Perth counties. Before becoming vice president last year, he served as one year as an executive member. Ethan farms just outside of Seaforth with his wife Joanna and children Cole, Liam, and Bree. He's a fifth generation on his family farm in Ontario and a third generation on the same family farm. Executive member Paul Maurice. Where are you, Paul? There in the back. Paul rounds out our executive committee and has been a director with OFA since 2021, representing farmers in Zone 13, Peel, Simcoe, and York. For 50 years, Paul and his wife Louise were dairy farmers in the small bilingual community of LaFontaine, just west of Penetanguishene. Today, they farm together with their son Alex, who represents the fifth generation on their family farm. Thanks, Paul. Zone 1, Louis Rush. Louis has represented the farmers in Zone 1, Essex, and Kent counties on the board since 2014. Louis and his family farm and run an on-farm retail outlet selling their own pork and eggs and local Ontario beef and chicken. In 2024, Louis was recognized by the local Chamber of Commerce with a Friend of Agriculture Award. And Louis is standing up. You can hardly see him standing up, but he's in the middle of the room there. He's going to get on his chair. Zone 2, Greg Dietrich. Greg first joined our board earlier this year in Zone 2, representing Bruce and Grey counties. Greg manages a dairy business and a calf raising operation near Mildmay with his brother-in-law. He is a graduate of the University of Guelph's Animal Science Program and the Advanced Agricultural Leadership Program. Greg's over here in the middle. Zone 3, Larry Davis has represented farmers in Brant, Haldimand, and Norfolk counties as an OFA director since 1989. He farms near Burford with his wife and son. And in his spare time, Larry enjoys singing with the Brant Men of Song and the Ontario Male Chorus. Larry's right here in the middle. Tracy Arts, Zone 4. Tracy has been the Zone 4 director of Oxford and Elgin counties since 2020. Originally from the Niagara Peninsula Dairy Farm, she now farms with her husband Rude twin boys Willem and Lucas near Thamesford. Tracy is a trained veterinary technician and is a graduate of the Advanced Agriculture Leadership Program. Way over in the corner. Crispin Colvin, Zone 6. Crispin was first elected to the OFA board in 2016 as a director at large, before becoming the Zone 6 director for Lambton and Middlesex. He and his wife farm together with their son and his young family. Crispin is a graduate of both Western University and Fanshawe College. Crispin is, there you are, oh, right in the lights directly. Andrea McCoy-Napersco, Zone 8. Andrea McCoy-Napersco joined the board in 2023 as a Zone 8 director for Arnprior, Lanark, Ottawa, and Renfrew. She and her husband Arvin raise beef cattle and grow crops near Carleton Place, and Andrea teaches in the Business Agriculture Diploma Program at Algonquin College's Perth campus. Before retiring in 2014, she worked full-time for the City of Ottawa in social services, child care subsidy, and social housing for 35 years, while also farming. Andrea is also in the middle. Mark Reeser, Zone 9. Mark Reeser has been the director for Zone 9 for Waterloo and Dufferin and Wellington since 1998. Mark farms near New Dundee, where he grows grains and oilseed crops. Mark holds a degree in crop science from the University of Guelph and is a graduate of the Advanced Agriculture Leadership Program. And in his spare time, he enjoys gardening and is a collector of heritage tomato and watermelon varieties. Didn't know that about Mark. There he is over there. Steve Brackenridge from Zone 10. For the past 9 years, Steve has been representing farmers in Durham region and the counties of Peterborough, Kawartha Lakes, and Haliburton. As the Zone 10 director before announcing his retirement this year, he is a maple syrup producer himself, grows field crops, and is a longtime seller of farm inputs like seed and fertilizers, and provides consulting services and equipment sales to maple syrup producers. Steve's over here in the middle. Clint Cameron, Zone 11. Clint joined the board in 2023 as the Zone 11 director for Dundas, Frontenac, Grenville, and Leeds. After a 25-year career in manufacturing, technology, and corn wet milling, Clint returned full-time to the family farm in Cardinal, which includes boar-goat breeding facility, cash crop production, and custom agricultural service business. He is a graduate of the University of Ottawa and the Queen's University School of Business. Clint's up front. Brian Cruz, Zone 12. Brian was elected as the Zone 12 director for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Northumberland, and Prince Edward in 2023. Brian farms with his wife Cindy, son Andrew, and parents Carl and Helena, just north of Trenton, where they produce milk and grow field crops. After university, a desire to serve his community brought Brian to the local volunteer fire department, which has led to a 35-year career as a firefighter with the Toronto Fire Service. And Brian loves electric fire trucks. Vanessa Renault. Vanessa's not able to join us today. She's pursuing some training at the Ontario Police College, and we certainly wish her all the best, but she is from Maxwell and has been the Zone 14 director for Stormont, Glengarry, Russell, and Prescott since 2021. Vanessa is a certified crop advisor and is also involved in her father's family farming business. She is a graduate of the former University of Guelph Alfred campus and holds an agronomy certification from Laval University. Zone 15, all the way in the north, Bill Grunheid. As a director for Zone 15, Bill represents the members in the northern Ontario regions of Algoma, Cochrane, Dryden, Kenora, Manitoulin, North Shore, Muskoka, Nipissing East and West, Parry Sound, Rainy River, Sudbury East, Sudbury West, Temiskaming, and Thunder Bay. Bill and his wife farm just outside of Thunder Bay, together with their 2 sons and their spouses, raising beef and chicken and growing a diverse selection of crops. Bill is also a graduate of the Advanced Agriculture Leadership Program. Bill is over here. There he is. Teresa Van Ray, or TVR, has been a director at large on the board since 2019. She and her husband Martin have been farming together in Dashwood in southwestern Ontario for more than 40 years, raising hogs and growing corn, wheat, and soybeans. They have also been involved with direct-to-consumer sales and have expanded into garlic production. Teresa is a graduate of the Advanced Agriculture Leadership Program. Teresa, and also the convener of the social committee on the board. I'd like to introduce a couple of new board members starting after this convention, and the first is Micah Campbell. Micah Campbell is joining the board as the new director for Zone 6 for Lambton and Middlesex, and together with her family, she farms near Strathroy, producing chicken, beef, and growing crops. She's a 4-H leader and involved with local grain and pork organizations in Lambton County. And Micah is right at the back. Thank you. Last up, Marnie Wood. Marnie is the director-elect for Zone 10, Durham Region, Peterborough, Kawartha Lakes, and Haliburton. She is a second-generation dairy farmer from Cannington, and as well as a director with the Durham Federation and member of the Lake Ridge Health North Durham Community Advisory Panel. Welcome to Marnie over here in the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your board of directors. Can you please give them a huge round of applause? Before we get started in the formal portion of the agenda, we're going to turn it over to Dots to do some test voting and make sure that everybody's up and running. We want to make sure everyone has the capabilities on their phones and is logged in appropriately.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Liam. I'm from Data on the Spot, and I'm just going to give a quick run through of how to vote. But before we get into that, I'd just like to remind everyone that all of your votes are completely anonymous. Even if you are using one of our borrowed devices, they will not record the result of how you vote. It is completely private, completely anonymous. So I'm just going to ask AV to get the DOTS laptop on screen. So we're just getting that on screen shortly, but we're going to open up a test question for everyone to do, and we'll walk through it together. So the test question is going to be, how long have you been coming to the OFA AGM? And there will be 5 options. First time, 2 to 5 years, 6 to 10 years, 11 to 15 years, or more than 15 years. So I'm going to open that up, and once we get that on screen, then I will walk you through the voting process. Question at mic 3. I just launched it right now.
Because that's what we were getting. That's
yeah, apologies. It was just waiting for it to go on screen. But if anyone is feeling confident now, please go ahead and vote on that test question. If you're not, please don't worry. We'll walk through it together shortly, just once AV can get that on screen. There we are. Okay, so if everyone can look at the screens now, this is an example of my screen because I am happy to attend a lot of these events. I will have a lot of events on my events dashboard. So you will all want to click on the annual general meeting for OFA. This should be the only one you have, so it should be an easy choice. You click through there, and at the bottom of your screen, there is the vote panel. When there's an active vote, there'll be that flashing green light. So you click that and you open it. And if it's on your phone, it will just also be at the bottom of your screen. You can click your option here. This is my first time, so I'll click first time. You click review vote. And then you also have to click confirm vote. If you want to change your answer, if you realize you've been here before, you would go back to edit and you could re-change that selection. But this is my first time, so I'll stick with that and confirm my vote. And once I see that my selection has been recorded, I know that my vote has gone through and everything is hunky-dory. Just to note that the agenda is also available on here. If you click on the menu, yeah, we have multiple days. There are different pages here, including the resolutions book, information about the speakers, the exhibitors page. So if you are looking for any information, please look around the app. We've got lots of good stuff on there. We've got a good number of votes coming in on this test question, but if anyone is having trouble voting at the moment, I'd ask you to please raise your hand, and my colleague and I will walk around and help you out. Thank you.
If you're still having trouble with your voting device, maybe just stand up, please, so the DOTS folks can identify you. We want to make sure that everybody's vote's captured. Were there additional test questions still or not? No, that's it. Okay. Jimmy, are you having trouble with your vote? Yeah. Maybe just turn around. They might be able to help you right at the desk there. Yeah. How are we doing with the voting devices? Everybody getting sorted out? We got a line up at the back, I think. You guys still need help? There's two over there on this side. Liam. Who's managing the online? We don't know. Slides are loaded up for me to keep going. Well, we got approval of the agenda and the minutes first. We're just. You want to make sure? If they have decks. Okay. Carry on. Okay. I know there's still a few people getting the platform here sorted out. It is a newer system that we're working with here, so just working out some of the kinks. Apologies for that. We are going to jump ahead to the first order of the day, and that is a motion to approve the agenda. If I could have someone come to the mic, a mover and a seconder. Mike 1, yep.
Alan Carruthers, I so move.
Thanks, Alan. Is there a seconder? Seconder to approve the agenda, Teresa Van Ray. Thank you. Got it. I'll just do a show of hands on this one while we're still sorting out the technology. All in favor of approving the agenda? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Also looking for a motion to approve the 2024 AGM minutes. They're available in your workbook. Hopefully you've had a chance to review them. Will there be a mover for the minutes from the 2024 AGM? Don't all rush up. Jason LeBlanc, seconder. Anna Vincent, thank you. Any discussion on those minutes? If not, I'll ask to call a question. All in favor? And any opposed on the minutes? That's carried as well. All right, it's my pleasure to turn the mic over to the finance team, including Clint Cameron, folks from RLB, and Jeff Neeb, our finance director. Come on up.
Well, good morning, everyone. Hopefully we're off to a great start and everybody had a good night's sleep. My name is Clint Cameron. I'm from Eastern Ontario, Zone 11, as you saw earlier, and it's my pleasure to be here this morning to kick off the fun part, which is the numbers and the Finance Committee information. So the Finance Committee is responsible for both the budgeting process and the audit oversight of the OFA, the committee which I happen to chair. And it is my great pleasure this morning to introduce Murray Short, who's all the way in from a hockey rink in Guelph this morning, who works with RLB, and he will be presenting the auditor's report and our financial statements. If after that there are any questions, we will deal with them at that time. Thank you very much. Murray?
Thanks, Clint. All right, so thank you very much for the opportunity to present the audited financial statements for OFA for its 2025 year end. And I would like to thank Jeff and the finance team at OFA for their support getting us through the audit process. Our firm are independent auditors of OFA, which means we have no vested interest in the financial results, which allows us then to perform the audit for the organization. So the objectives and scope of our audit are to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are presented fairly in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. And so as part of that process, we use kind of our professional judgment in terms of the amount and extent of procedures that we need to do in order to sign off on our audit report that the financial statements are presented fairly. And part of that includes looking at the accounting policies and internal control processes and overall kind of presentation of the financial statements to make sure that they are fairly presented in accordance with those accounting standards. In terms of our audit process, everything went smoothly. This is our second year serving as OFA's auditors. And so the first year, obviously, we had a lot to learn about the organization and went through that process the first year. And second year went even more smoothly. So again, thank you to Jeff and team for that. I can comment that we had no concerns as a result of our audit, no disagreements with management on any of the processes, accounting policy choices, or any of the judgment calls made by them in the course of their financial reporting. No difficulties encountered in performing the audit, no concerns in terms of internal control processes, any judgment calls made by management, or any estimates inherent in the financial reporting. The audit report itself is a clean audit opinion. We have the first page of the audit report showing on screen here. It does have a lot of information in it, including information on the responsibilities of management and those charged with governance, which ultimately is OFA's board of directors. But most importantly is the second paragraph you can see on screen. A bit small in terms of reading, but you may have copies in front of you. It is a clean audit opinion, so we've done the work we've needed to do in order to satisfy ourselves that the financial statements are presented fairly, and so you can see that in the opinion paragraph. Second page of the audit report just gives a bunch of information on our responsibility as auditors. So basically, I can summarize that to say these are the organization's financial statements. We are independent, and so we're performing an audit on those financial statements. And I've talked a bit about kind of using professional judgment to assess the risks of material misstatement and the testing that we needed to do. And that's kind of what's summarized here. The audit report is dated November the 6th, which is the date that the Board of OFA approved the draft financial statements. The statement of operations shows the revenues and expenses for the year. And you can see up at the top, the revenue line is the registration fees for the organization. You can see that amount is up by about $120,000. The other income line is down somewhat, and that's largely as a result of the Cooperators Loyalty Program. So OFA does receive monies from cooperators. That amount down this year just because of the kind of outcomes of that program. Other things included in other income are the investment income earned on the organization's investments, other member benefit programs, and so on. So that balance is down somewhat, and as a result, then you can see that revenues in total down by about $435,000. On the expense side, you can see expenses are also down to the tune of about $200,000, mostly in the organizational and grants, dues, and projects expenses. And so as a result, then the organization wound up with a $1.28 million surplus, down from 1.52 the year before. The statement of changes in net assets shows the changes in the equity of the organization. So you can see if you look at the 2025 column, that balance has increased from $20.6 million up to $23.8. Part of that is the $1.28 million surplus that I mentioned. And then there's a $1.92 or $1.93 million amount, which is just an increase in the actuarial assessment of the OFA pension plan. So it's not a cash surplus, but it's just an increase in the value of the pension plan based on the relative value of the investments within that plan versus what's needed to satisfy the obligations. The last primary statement is the statement of financial position. This page shows the assets. We'll see the liabilities and net assets on the next page. There's 4 different lines that show cash and investments. The cash line at the very top, short-term deposits just below that, the current portion of long-term investments, and the long-term investments. If you combine all 4 of those lines, it totals about $15.6 million, which is up from $14 million the year before as a result of the surplus. So that $1.6 million increase in those balances up by about, because of the surplus of 1.3. The employee future benefits line, that's that pension plan. You can see it's up by about $2 million. That's that increase that I mentioned based on the actuarial assessment. Otherwise, most of the assets pretty consistent with year over year. So it's mainly the cash and pension plan that are increasing the asset values. And then on the next page, we have the liabilities and net assets. Liabilities generally, sorry, I'm just swiping here. Generally pretty consistent. Project funds received in advance are just funds that will be coming into income in the following year. So that balance is down, but otherwise pretty consistent year over year. And then the net assets, again, up by about a little over $3 million combined between the surplus and that pension increase. There is a statement of cash flows that just shows the changes in cash arising from operating, financing, and investing activities. Basically, the cash position increased by about $517,000. Operations generating positive cash flows about $1.5 million, net of about $1 million going into investments. So that results in the $500,000 increase in cash. And then there's notes and schedules to the financial statements, and those give additional information on accounting policies and some of the balances that I've discussed. And then the schedules give additional information on the revenues and expenses. So there's more detail included in the financial statements. This is a bit of a summary, but that is the extent of what I had planned to present. Happy to answer any questions that anyone may have. Oh, yep.
Eleanor Renault, Leeds County. Just wondering why we were not sent this document prior. I can't find it on the DOTS thing. I can't find it on any of the emails that were sent out. It's kind of hard to digest all of this. Not that I don't trust you, Murray, I do. It's just, it would be nice to be able to go through. You keep saying there's more information, but we don't see it. So I'm just wondering why we weren't sent this out earlier.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask someone from the border management to, I was under the understanding that it was going to be sent out in advance, so I believe it would have been.
Yeah, for sure it was all available in the delegate link. I think most people here probably got it. Did everybody receive it and have a chance to review it? Did you get a link from Kelly? It's all there. Also available on the website. I know Peter Lambert got it.
No more questions.
Good answer. So Murray, I'd like to thank you and your team at RLB. I know it's a big effort to put this together, and you've done a great job, so we appreciate what you do for us. At this time, I'd like to ask again if there's any questions for Murray, myself, or for Jeff Neeb, our Director of Finance and Administration. Okay. Thank you. Hearing none, we'll ask for a motion to approve the auditor's report and the financial statements. And that would be that the auditor's report prepared by RLB and OFA financial statements for the period of September 1st, 2024 to August 31st, 2025 be approved. And that is over electronic voting. Oh,
So moved, or
Mover?
so moved, yes.
thank you very much, sir.
Laura Good, I second that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay. Now we go to our first on-screen and live real electronic vote. It's not about pineapples. It's about the budget. Thank you very much. Good job. Voting is now open. Thank you. Yeah, that's a neat twist. It's a neat twist to do the electronic voting. Thanks for the cue. I feel like I should be looking at a big wheel on my computer back home as our broadband's going to be increased in bandwidth. But it's coming. And the advantage of this is it gives our online folks the opportunity to participate and vote as well. So it is a good thing. The wheel's still turning. What's that? Do we have results at the back? If so, feel free to post them. And the vote is in. 97% in favor, 2% opposed. Motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. So with 2025 wrapped, we are now going to look for a motion which will be for the appointment of our auditors for 2024-2025 going forward. And that motion will be that the OFA Annual General Meeting delegates accept the OFA Board of Directors recommendations, that we have RLB LLP, Murray Short and his team, as the OFA's auditors for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. Can I have a motion from the floor, please? Larry Davis moves it. Thank you. A seconder? Jackie Kelly Pemberton. Thank you very much, Jackie. We'll now take that to a vote. Online? Excellent. Voting is now open, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you at the back. Well, mine worked. I'm in. Whenever we have results at the back, we're ready to see them. In favor, 99%, we'll call it. Opposed, 1. So, thank you very much, everyone. At this time, I'd like to say thank you again, Murray, and your team at RLB. Fantastic work. Look forward to the next year. I'd like to thank the Finance Committee, the OFA, and the Board of Directors for the work that has gone into this. And most importantly, I'd like to give a recognition and a shout out to Jeff Neeb, our CFO, for the great work that he does. It's a pleasure working with you, Jeff. You do a lot of good stuff for our organization. A lot of stuff that most people never see or would appreciate. But thank you. And thanks to everybody in the audience and online. The numbers are out of the way. We know the direction we're going to take the ship going forward. And at this time, I will turn the meeting back over to our president, Drew Spolstra. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. All right, thank you, Clint, and to the finance team, and thanks for bearing with us on the voting process. I think we're getting it under control. Hopefully everybody's got their issues figured out with their devices. We've got one more quick item of business here to take care of before we get into the next parts, and that is a motion for elections chair. So for the purposes of conducting an at-large election scheduled for tomorrow, I would ask for a motion to appoint Kathy Lennon as the elections chair for this meeting. Is there a mover? Brian Gilroy, seconder. Terry Otto. And I'm just going to do a show of hands because that's easier. All in favor? Any opposed? And I'm sorry if I'm excluding the online folks by doing that, but it's quick and easy, and it can get us to the next part. All right, we're going to have a quick video here in a second, and every year at this meeting, part of our responsibility as a board of directors in an organization is to report back to you, our membership, on what we've accomplished over the past year. To do that, we publish an annual report, which you received when you registered in your package. There are extra copies available at the registration desk, and we also distribute a copy of the annual report to each OFA member as an insert in the Better Farming magazine. There's a lot of information in that report, so to give you some of the highlights today, we've also put together a video that shines a spotlight on some of the many activities and successes over the past year. At the end of the day, everything we do at OFA is in support of our mission of Farms and Food Forever. We work hard to ensure the needs and opportunities of Ontario farmers and rural communities are being heard by many different audiences, from politicians and the media to the general public and more. We are proud of what our OFA board and staff team have accomplished this past year, and we're also proud of the incredible work done locally by our county and regional federations to help represent our sector so well. If we can have the video come up.
This year has been one of the most challenging and inspiring that Ontario farmers have ever faced. From tariffs and trade to taxation and rural infrastructure and to election campaigns, your OFA board and staff have been hard at work turning members' needs into action. Together, we're stronger, and together, we're working to shape the future of Ontario agriculture. When tariffs and trade took center stage earlier in the year, they rapidly became the #1 issue facing our members, our industry, our province, and our country. We knew we had to act quickly. OFA took a Team Canada approach, working with partners across the country to make sure agriculture's voice was and continues to be heard. OFA has been active in outreach to the government, industry, and the public. From joint advocacy with the Canadian Federation of Agriculture and meetings with the American Farm Bureau to viewpoints, updates, countless media interviews, and promoting Ontario's food and farm products through homegrown, we've been focused on tackling trade challenges head on.
Before trade and tariffs took over the spotlight, taxation was one of the biggest issues on our members' minds this year. From the carbon tax to capital gains, OFA worked with the Canadian Federation of Agriculture and provincial partners to push for fair, practical solutions. We saw the carbon tax eliminated and capital gains tax changes rolled back. And during both the provincial and federal election campaigns, we continued to push for a modernization of farm tax programs. OFA, along with national and provincial partners, pressed for stronger farm business supports to help members manage risk and stay resilient in challenging markets. We were successful in achieving results that help farmers plan, invest, and grow, and we continue to push for added supports that are essential in these uncertain times.
Strong communities need strong infrastructure. Throughout the provincial election campaign and meetings with all levels of government, OFA continued to call for investments in rural roads and bridges, reliable energy, broadband internet, and local health care. We were pleased with several provincial budget commitments because we know that when rural Ontario thrives, all of Ontario thrives. Supporting local food and farm businesses continues to be a top priority for our members, which makes it a top priority for the organization. Our advocacy helps secure new funding for Ontario wineries, cideries, and craft producers. Our homegrown campaign helped Ontarians learn what they could do to support local food and farming. We once again partnered with Farmers Market Ontario to support buy local projects.
OFA continues to invest in leadership, local communities, and the future of our industry. From community projects through our Revive Fund and promotion of local food and farmland preservation with our Homegrown campaign, to webinars, leadership development opportunities for young farmers, and events, OFA is committed to helping Ontario agriculture grow and thrive. OFA continued to offer programming to address member interests and needs, from farm and road safety to insurance, building code, cybersecurity, and more, bringing real, practical benefits, resources, and information to members. This year has also been like no other for media requests and interviews. Trade and tariffs topped the list, but there has been an incredible interest in buying local, seasonal workers, economic issues, and we are proud to bring the voice of farmers to the media and public.
It's going to be a tough little while if tariffs come in. The first challenge is we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's been a struggle, I think, for a lot of producers right around the province. Some delays this spring getting crops planted. This year, Ontario agriculture has shown resilience, creativity, and unity in the face of uncertainty. We've proven that farmers are problem solvers who bring practical ideas and real-world solutions to the table. And we will continue to work tirelessly to ensure agriculture can thrive for generations to come. For more information about what OFA has worked on this past year, take a look at the annual report publication on our website. OFA will continue to be your strong voice, standing with you, working for you, and finding solutions that strengthen Ontario agriculture and our rural communities. Thank you. Thank you for your trust, your input, and your support. Let's keep growing together to support agriculture across Ontario. Thanks, everyone, and certainly has been a busy year for all of us around the organization and the board and the staff team, and it's great to have a few minutes to highlight some of that stuff, and special thanks to our communications staff for putting that video all together. It's now my pleasure to turn this over to Ethan Wallace and Sarah Wood to walk through some of the first few resolutions, and I'll note that we're precisely on time. No pressure.
Thanks, Drew. So good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Wood. I'm one of your vice presidents.
And I'm Ethan Wallace. I'm Drew's stunt double and a vice president.
So we're going to take over running the resolution portion of the meeting. I ask that we have the mover and seconder for each resolution to be prepared to come to the microphone and speak to the resolution as they appear in the order of the book. When you hear and see that the next resolution is being read out, please stand up and move forward so that we can keep on time. Resolutions are going to be presented and discussed in the order that they were received rather than alphabetical order.
First up is hauled sewage from Wellington. Therefore, be it resolved that OFA work with the Ontario government and municipalities to increase the capacity for treating hauled sewage, untreated septage, at wastewater treatment plants with the ultimate goal of preserving Ontario farmland for agriculture by discontinuing disposal of hauled sewage on agricultural lands. Microphone 2.
Barclay Knapp, Wellington, I so move.
Janet Harrop, Wellington, I so second.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, please. Thank you. This resolution has come out of WFA being asked to support a landowner in our county who was trying to put an underground storage tank for raw sewage in. And we looked at it, and we looked at what the Ontario Association of Sewage Industry Services is doing and the situation they have. We didn't support it, but we found the greater issue of there being a lack of capacity for treating raw sewage or hauled sewage in the province. This is not biosolids. This is from holding tanks, porta potties, and other things like that. More residences are using holding tanks instead of having weeping beds. So this, with our growing population, will be a situation that will be affecting us more. We also didn't know, but we found out that during the development of the Nutrient Management Act, this was to be phased out, putting raw sewage on, or untreated sewage on farm fields. This was supposed to be phased out in 5 years back in the 2000s. It has not. So we would like that, more or less OFA, to work with the different ministries to end this practice.
Are there any for or against? Microphone 1.
Jackie Kelly, Pemberton, Dundas County. I speak in favor of this resolution. When I first saw it at our Eastern Summit, I was just blown away that this is continuing to happen. In my world of biosolids and development of the Nutrient Management Act, I felt that, ignorantly, felt that this window was closed, and I'm blown away that this is still happening in a time when we talk about soil health and the importance of soil health, and we know the value of land application treated biosolids as a nutrient for our farms and widely used, highly regulated. It is just amazing and appalling to me that raw septage is still being land applied. So I speak to in favor.
Microphone 4.
John Williamson, Frontenac. Just background, I chair the Cataraqui Source Water Committee as well, and have since source water started. But we had a case in Frontenac last year where they were accepting an application for raw sewage on a farm field inside a hamlet, totally surrounded by houses, which just flies in the face of common sense. And so I speak in favor of this resolution.
Janet, microphone 2.
Just to add, I think it's important for us to think about what comes out of septic tanks, porta potties, anything that is totally untreated. You think of things that go down toilets, pharmaceuticals, all kinds of things, and this untreated sewage doesn't have the screening and the heating anaerobically of biosolids to kill off different levels of bacteria, pathogens, the screening process that biosolids have to filter out. I talk about events where people have cell phones in their back pocket and it drops into porta potties. I'm not envisioning cell phones being spread on farm fields, but just the visual of what potentially could go into some of this. And it is definitely a waste. It has very minimal nutrient value, we sympathize with the haulers because they are losing capacity to have a place to dispose of this product, but I think from an agricultural lens, from the nutrient and the risk, it's really important that we preserve our farmland for growing crops.
Seeing no further commenters, I'll call the question.
Peter's giving me a thumbs up. 1 second.
If the votes are tallied, please display them. And that resolution passes.
Okay, resolution number 2, Halton County, small county funding. Therefore, it be resolved that the OFA remit 20% of the farm business registration fee per member to county federations with fewer than 500 members. Microphone 3.
Andy Kivanoven, Halton, so moved.
Brick Halton, second.
Would you like to speak to it?
I would. This is a building on the resolution that we had last year, which is the idea of keeping all of our federations at a high level of professionalism. It's about training board members and getting the right things done. Peter?
Thanks, Andy. The fact that you, as Central, put a hub together for the administrators, we much appreciate. As expressed by Andy, we have lost our regional funding, which amounted to $10,000, which basically covered our administrating costs. And because of that major loss, we are moving this because we do think that the smaller counties do need a little extra help from time to time. And I hope that people around this room will support it, or an iteration of it. We are willing to accept any other thoughts. Thank you.
Seeing no one else coming to the mic, I'll call the question. Or are you coming to the mic, ma'am?
Apologies for being a little tardy. I'm from Dufferin County, Gail Little, and I just wondered if the 500 was a hard line. Could it be around the 500 membership mark that's double funding would, 20% funding would occur, given that we are a small area of farmers just over the 500 mark, and we certainly could use some additional funding to do our special projects. Thanks.
Microphone 4.
Not working. Jason O'Neill, Middlesex County. While I sympathize with the smaller counties and I 100% support providing them with more funds to help covering their costs and keeping them professional, the way it's written, I don't like the hard lines that are suggested. Just for some rough math, I figure if somebody was sitting right on the 500 line, they would be potentially incentivized approximately $7,900 to lose one member and drop to $499. So I'd just like to see some sort of staggering or like a gradual curve in the middle there to avoid that potential issue.
Microphone 1.
Yeah, Greg Fenty, I'm going to echo Dufferin's content or questions here, right? Dundas here actually has fewer members. Dufferin has more. Under the proposed method, Dufferin would actually have less funding overall. That hard line's a difficult thing. That's I struggle with. I'll echo Jason's comment on here. That hard line is it's a challenge, and you move that up so Dufferin gets included. Well, somebody else feels ostracized because they're not getting enough. So I'm just having a hard time having that hard line, and I'm not sure if my brain is capable of a curvature to increase funding. I would, love to see these small federations succeed, but as it's written, it's very challenging. So,
Andy, would you like to speak to close?
Yes, I'd like to. Thank you. It is about stable funding, and that's the risk that the small counties are having, that they're not getting stable funding, and then they can't keep their organizations at the professional level that they need to be. I hear the challenges with the hardline number. At this point in time, we'll let the wisdom of the board, if this passes, to go ahead and manage that part of it. Thank you.
So Andy has closed discussion.
okay.
So I call the vote. If we can put the results up on the screen. So that just passes. Microphone 4.
Thank you. Barb Miller, Rainy River District. I just have a question why abstain is not part of the choice for the voting. Because I was thinking that I didn't have enough information. One of the questions I would have asked if I'd been a little faster is, what was the financial impact of this motion?
So if you want to abstain, just don't vote on the question.
Okay, we'll add a few more seconds to the vote, please. Advance it. Next question. So the abstain option will be on the next vote. And we'll add a bit of time to ensure all voters have an opportunity to cast their ballot. Resolution 3. Therefore, be it resolved, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby the Ministry of Transportation to ensure government-approved driving schools increase driver education on proper vehicle operation when encountering slow-moving vehicles, oversized and irregular-sized vehicles on the road, including classroom and in-vehicle training, the practical exam, the driver improvement course, the defensive driving course, and the official Ministry of Transportation Driver's Handbook, aimed to reduce the number of severity of collisions to improve the overall safety of all parties. Is there a mover and a second? Microphone 1.
Johannes Renaker, Manitoulin, Sudbury West. I so move.
Harford, Manitoulin, West Sudbury, North Shore. I second.
Would you like to speak to the resolution?
There we go. Yeah, just briefly, just highlighting the, I think all of us as farmers recognize the need for safe passage of slow-moving vehicles on the road, and we see every day some of the perhaps more unsafe driving practices by drivers on the road with slow-moving vehicles, and just highlighting the need to address this in the classroom for driver's ed, for the driver's ed training program regarding slow-moving vehicles.
Are there any speakers for or against the resolution? Microphone 4.
Leeds County, I'm not necessarily against the resolution. It's just missing something. It's not just the new drivers. It's the more seasoned drivers that have forgotten how to drive, or urban drivers that haven't a clue, or people that are using a slow-moving sign for a mailbox. So it really dilutes what a slow-moving sign means. So it's more education for everybody that has a car. So that's kind of missing out of this resolution.
Bill, you can comment without closing.
I just got to say that I renewed my, last September, my AZ license, and on the exam, and I was very disappointed, there was not even a slow-moving vehicle sign under the symbol of that exam. And I challenged the lady that was there, and she says, "Don't accuse me, I'm just the messenger, the handing you the exam." So that has spurred this resolution on. I agree with you, Eleanor, very much. The simple fact is distracted driving has really hampered the safety of us as farm equipment. And I don't have the answers, and I never will, and I just know that there's more accidents because people are not paying attention. Thank you.
Are there any other comments for or against? Would you like to comment to close?
Just a closed comment, like our farm equipment not necessarily is getting any smaller. If anything, it's getting bigger. And that's what this part of what this resolution addresses is oversized vehicles as well. We try to cover the whole spectrum with this. You're not going to fix everything, but I think we can address the education portion of it to the best of our abilities here. Thank you.
Seeing no further comments, I'll call the question.
better smile because some of these photos are going to end up somewhere someday.
I'm going to be blind.
I know. That's why I'm looking at that. I can't see that. Microphone 3.
Just before we post microphone 3.
Am I on? Okay.
Yeah.
In light of the fact that on the number 2 resolution, we had delegates that could not vote, there was no countdown, should that vote not be redone?
So we met the threshold. There was over a percentage of the number of votes cast. So that's why it was called, or it was presented when it did. We will continue to do it differently going forward.
I'll just note that we had 220 votes cast on the first resolution, 223 votes cast on the second resolution. It's pretty consistent. It's been consistent continuing on. We almost used 25 minutes this morning trying to get everybody logged in online. So hopefully everyone is logged in now and we've resolved some of these issues. Thanks.
So can we post the results? So that resolution carries.
Resolution number 4 from Northumberland, Hydro 1. Therefore, it be resolved that the OFA work with Hydro 1 to establish a more frequent and systematic approach to maintaining brush and trees around the hydro infrastructure. Also, collaborate closely with local municipalities to preemptively identify and address high-risk areas before adverse weather events occur. Do we have a mover and seconder? Mike 1.
Alan Carruthers, Northumberland County. I so move.
Bruce Butter, Northumberland County. I second the motion.
Would you like to speak to the resolution?
Yes. So I'm also a first responder for Alnwick-Haldeman in Northumberland County. We've had numerous incidents over the years of hydroline fires. Part of the intent, I guess, of the motion also was even increased brownouts in the areas. So Ontario Hydro has in their system that if they have a draw or a short on a line, they increase the power to that area to burn off the vegetation. If you look on Hydro 1 line clearances, you'll see the distances that are required of no brush on the lines. And I think right now it's 3 meters. So we've had instances over the last year, especially in end of March, first part of April, when we had the ice storm in Eastern Ontario. And a big area of Eastern Ontario, Southern Ontario, had no hydro for 5, 6, 7 days. So this is a concern and stuff that we're hoping that OFA could take to the board members and talk to Ontario Hydro about doing a more managed approach on their brushing and hydro wire line clearance. We have lots of rural farmers, rural businesses that demand reasonable hydroelectricity power for their businesses. A lot of them do have generators. Generators don't always cover everything. So at this time, we're in favor of this motion.
Microphone 3.
I'm Sean Rourke from Huron County. We're basically in favor of this, but we're asking for a friendly amendment to include all rural power utility companies. I'm not sure if that's possible.
Microphone 1, will you accept all hydro companies and not just specific Hydro 1? All rural?
Sure, we'll take that amendment, yes.
Okay, so Peter, if you can take that down while we add that. I'd need a mover and seconder to make that change.
oh, sorry, Laura Good, Perth County.
Manitoulin North Shore, I'll second it.
Okay. So we're just going to wait on that to be adjusted and it'll come back up on the screen. While we're waiting for that to be put up, if you would like to speak for or against the change with all hydro companies, please step up to the mic. Microphone 3.
Andy Kivanoven Halton. I believe the amendment said all rural hydro companies. I don't know if we want to get into the urban area discussion. Thank you.
Can we adjust that at the back to say all rural hydro companies, please? Okay, so up on the screen is the friendly amendment. So therefore it be resolved that the OFA work with all rural hydro companies to establish a more frequent and systematic approach to maintain brush and trees around the hydro infrastructure. Also collaborate closely with local municipalities to preemptively identify and address high-risk areas before adverse weather events occur. Is there anyone who would like to speak for or against? Number 4.
Jason LeBlanc, Beef Farmers of Ontario and East Nipissing Parish Island Federation of Agriculture. Being a former vegetation management official, whatever you want to call myself, technologist, for a hydro company, recognize the dangers and the issues involved. I want to point out for the board, if they could, when they are having these conversations, look into the budgetary numbers. Hydro One has been recently privatized, not so recent, we're all getting older. But I think you should really look at those numbers to see if things have changed budgetary-wise, because in my region, Hydro One, they haven't brushed in forever. So the lines are burning the trees. That's how they're keeping, he's not wrong, in the power issue and how it's affecting the lines. And it's 3 bumps. They push it to hopefully burn it off. So that's my point. Check the budgets.
Microphone 1.
Yeah, I've had those discussions with some power companies that came to our rescue to bring hydro back into Eastern Ontario. We actually had Maine, Quebec, Manitoba, lots of local infrastructure was damaged because of the ice storm. And I had a question asked to Quebec Hydro about that, and I said, do you have this problem in Quebec? What were you seeing out there when you come to our area? Trees on lines, hydro wires down, poles broken. We don't seem to have that problem in Quebec, at least in our area. So they have a little bit more managed approach in Quebec. So that was a bit of a lesson learned and stuff this past year, that Ontario Hydro has fallen down on their managed part. And I know that the numbers are crunched and stuff when it comes to privatization and budgets on Ontario Hydro, or Hydro One, sorry. So it is a frustrating thing, but we do pay a big chunk of our income for expenses for hydro, for running our farms and our businesses. So we'd like to see a managed approach to this through the board.
Thank you. Seeing no one else up at the mic, I will call the question.
Leave the two people in charge.
That is passed. All right, we're back on time, Drew. We'll now take a half-an-hour network break. Thank you to the Canadian Propane Association for sponsoring all of our breaks during the annual general meeting. Refreshments are going to be served in the foyer outside the meeting room, and we'll reconvene with resolutions at 10:30.
We're going to start up here in a minute or so, so if everybody could return to the room and take your seats. There's another one with talking points if we need them. I got it.
Oh, I get red.
Okay, if we can have the next resolution up on the screen, please. Therefore, be it resolved that OFA work with the appropriate Ontario government ministries, fire chief associations, and commodity organizations to create the necessary environment where local first responders have the resources required to rescue farmers from grain bin and silo entrapments to allow for a rescue as opposed to a recovery. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Microphone 4.
Jaden Terpstra, Perth County. I move.
Laura Good, Perth County, I second.
Would you like to speak to the resolution?
I can speak to it a little bit with a personal example that happened with my brother. He was at the top of an elevator leg and got his hand caught in a belt, and the local fire department did not have the required heights training to rescue him. And it would have been a couple hours until a rescuer was able to come and get him. Luckily, my other brother was able to carry him down from the silo, but the fire department was in a situation where they would not rescue him. And my cousin was on the fire department, and he said that he would have taken off his fireman's jacket and rescued him as just a cousin. And we don't want our firefighters to have to rescue people as a neighbor or family. We want them to be firefighters and use their training to rescue people.
Microphone 1.
Yeah, my name is Alan Carruthers. I'm also a first responder for Alnwick Haldeman Township in Eastern Ontario. We've done, and we've had lots of conversations with our mutual aid association in Northumberland County, and they are able to draw on resources if not needed, if not found in the municipality. The fire chiefs have the ability to talk to the Provincial Emergency Operations Center through Ontario Fire Marshal, and you can have a dedicated quick response from a municipality that would have high-angle rescue. What town are you close to in Perth?
Atwood.
Atwood? Okay, so you would probably have to draw on an aerial apparatus, maybe coming out of a area and stuff that would be half an hour away. But the fire chief or the commanding officer of that scene can call the Provincial Emergency Operations Center and expedite things through the Ontario Fire Marshal. I know it is a very disheartening thing and stuff to have 4 or 5 or 6 fire stations in a municipality and not have the adequate training. I know that talking to lots of fire chiefs across the province, they have issues with confined space. Confined space is a very dedicated message in the Ontario Ministry of Labour, and having the adequate training and if you have a fire department in your municipality, you assume that the training is kept up to standards, and that's where you have to talk to your fire chief and stuff to make sure that they have the adequate training. But also in the event of a high-angle rescue like that. So I know that sometimes fire chiefs have maybe a hard time finding that.
So I'll ask you either for or against, and to wrap up your comments.
I am against it, but in the intent of it, I understand your information. So at this point, I would say I'm against that.
Microphone 3.
Tanya Terpstra, Ontario Pork. To bring a little bit more context to this, it is confined spaces as well as high angle rescue. The fire chief in our area has asked their firefighters to stand down from helping farmers, gone on record saying they will not help. So what this resolution is proposing is to make sure that we have the necessary training provided so that we don't create an environment for our firefighters to go against their chief's orders, or for our farmers to put themselves more at risk making emotional decisions. Because we can have the training available. It could be available. As it was noted in our video earlier, farmers are problem solvers. They're going to figure it out. We don't need to put people at risk. We have the option to have more training available.
Seeing no further comments, I'll call the question. And that resolution passes.
All right, resolution number 6 from Elgin County. Request for Unified Workplace Violence and Harassment Training Plan for County and Regional Federations. Therefore, it be resolved that the OFA create and develop a workplace violence and harassment training plan to be provided to each county and regional federation, and further it be resolved that the OFA maintain and track relevant records and provide copies of these records to the respective county and regional federations of agriculture for secure retention and reference for legal purposes. Microphone 1.
Steve Walsh, I move that. Elgin County, by the way.
And I'm Greg Fanti, Elgin County.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, it's pretty straightforward. As the OFA has advised us, the Occupational Health and Safety Act of Ontario specifies that we must take the ODA training, which is the Accessibility of Ontario Disabilities Act. That is free training, but the harassment training has a cost to it. In the cost, the more people that sign in is less. So that's why we're asking that the OFA take the lead in getting the training for all of us annually.
So I'll just add a little bit to that. At our board here, we have to, I think as everybody in this room is going to have to take this training, we found a package. It's not free. It's $20 a person, and that's a group rate. I think 12 of us on the board are going to pay $20 a piece, and obviously the board pays for that, so we're at $240, $250 plus tax in that area. So, but as you buy more through this program, it gets down, I don't know, $5 a person if you buy enough people. So it makes sense. Let's use OFA's buying power, get a bunch of us, get it all done. So that's what we're thinking.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in favor or against microphone 4?
Eleanor Renault, Leeds County. Do you have an HR company? Because if you do, OFA doesn't have to actually, because it says create. Shouldn't have to create it. They should already have it. And I know we do this at the municipality. They just email it out to us. We all have to take it. It gets sent back in, and they have a record that we did it. So if you already had a company and they already have this document, you could do it for all of us in the province and it wouldn't cost us as much.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in favor or against? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Just while we're waiting, a friendly reminder that if you wish to speak, please step up to the mic so that the people online are able to hear you. And that passes 61.4%.
Therefore, be it resolved that OFA lobby Ontario's Ministry of Transportation to give consideration to farm equipment when designing roadways that farm equipment travels on. Is there a mover and a seconder? Microphone 1.
Greg Fenty, Elgin, I so move.
Fons Vandenbroek, Elgin, I second that.
Speak to the motion.
Yeah, so we're in Elgin County, and that kind of contains St. Thomas, and many have probably heard we've got a battery plant that's landed on us, about like the house from Wizard of Oz. It's has quite a bit of an effect on Highway 52 traffic. There's a lot of roundabouts in there. There's lane narrowing. It's hard to get farm machinery through there. It's kind of like Christmas at the household when you got to scooch past St. Thomas to get around, and even that's getting tight there on 52. We're also seeing some lane narrowings. You might have been following some Facebook posts recently. Hoff Summer Grains showed a combine going down through Shedden, and it takes up most of the road. The lanes have gotten narrow. You can't get farm machinery through. We don't need these added impediments to harvest season or planting season, so we'd like to have some support and have the Ministry of Transportation provide guidelines for how to build a roadway to accommodate farm machinery, where farm machinery is.
Microphone 3.
Thank you. I wish to speak in favor of this, and especially with knowledge of roundabouts and how some of them get built with high curbs, that basically if it was low curbs that spread out and went a little further, a lot of the equipment would not have the problems and the slowdown that they have climbing curbs to get through the roundabouts. So I'm strongly in favor.
Are there any further comments? Microphone 1.
Yeah, Johannes Reneker, Manitoulin, Sudbury West. I'm strongly in favor of this. Our farm equipment isn't getting any smaller. It's getting bigger, if anything. And not just with our roadways, or well, shoulders are part of the roadway, I suppose, but the shoulders need to be wider to accommodate the wider farm equipment so we're not into the oncoming traffic lane, which would improve safety of everybody on the road. So I'm strongly in favor of this, for sure.
Seeing no further comments, I will call the question. And just a reminder to everyone, if you are having trouble with your voting device, please see dots at the back of the room. They're here to help. And that resolution passes with 96%.
Resolution number 8 from Elgin County Revive Fund. Therefore, it be resolved that the OFA allow the Revive Fund to support same or similar projects outside of a 3-year timeline. Mover?
Greg Fenty, Elgin County. I so move.
Isaac Clutterbuck, Elgin. I second.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
I always enjoy it when you ask me to talk a lot, Sarah. So this is going to be a bit of a self-serving thing here. We had a wonderful event this spring at the Joe Thornton Arena in St. Thomas. We had close to 800 kids come out over 2 different days, grades 7, 8, and 9. They were learning about agriculture from various industry partners. They learned about the careers prospects to try to build the workforce within agriculture. Outside of that, putting this event together, we met with a lot of government officials, did a lot of grant planning, a lot of community interest groups. A really good networking building event. There's a lot of positives about this. It's a type of event that you don't want to do once and never again. Without that Revive Fund, we would be unable to have the catalyst to move this forward. It's really hard to kind of commit to $12,000 or $13,000 in spending without knowing you're going to have a little bit of help on the first little leg of it. So some ideas are better than doing once and forever, and I think a lot of us in this room would like to continue on these innovative ideas.
Microphone 1.
Keenan Stone, Renfrew County Federation. I speak in favor of this motion, but just would like to put to the board that you consider maybe putting a bit of a timeline on it, that it can only be, projects can't be repeated every year over and over again, maybe once every 3 years. Things like CPR and first aid certifications that are actually certifications that need to be renewed every 3 years are very important and very expensive sometimes for the rural farmers to undertake over and over again. And that's a type of Revive Fund project that we have supported in the past. And being able to provide that on an ongoing basis once every 3 years or something like that would be very beneficial, especially for our smaller federations.
Are there any other comments for or against? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
That has passed 85.3%.
Resolution 9, therefore be it resolved that OFA lobby the Premier's office, the Minister of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness, and OMAFA to double the current funding allocated for the purpose of providing technical expert engineers and support staff for in-person assistance in order to help farmers navigate farm neighbor issues as they pertain to interpreting and implementing the OMAFA guidelines and best management practices. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Mike 1.
Derek Funk, Niagara. I move it.
Chris Hamilton, Niagara, second.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, please. So, really this comes from bird control issues in the Niagara region, in particular vineyards. It's a seasonal issue. In Niagara, we have the policies, we have the guidelines for bird banger use and controls that farmers are supposed to follow. Neighbors also have the right to complain and to have backlash against it. So one of the things that's happening is when they start complaining, I've got neighbors that are complaining for about 7 years. We're having dialogue. About 4 or 5 years ago, I was able to contact someone from OMAFRA to come out, visit the farm, validate what I was doing, but in the last 2 to 3 years, they are not willing to do that anymore, to the point where they're reluctant to even give advice. So no one's able to come out, no one's able to validate, no one's able to even interpret the guidelines for me, so I know if what I'm doing is correct. So the result is that basically, starting in maybe the end of February, I could be standing in front of the Normal Farm Practices Tribunal to defend our practices because I've had no assistance from OMAFRA to help navigate this issue, mediate with our neighbors. And as far as I understand, I'm fully operating within the guidelines and the BMPs. And so my concern is that this is a bigger problem than just in Niagara. This is bigger than bird bangers. When OMAFRA staff are being told not to go out to farms, I think that's an issue.
Is there anyone for or against the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that one carries 91%. Because we're so still on time, we're going to move ahead to one of tomorrow's.
Resolution number 10, from Norfolk Wildlife Damage Compensation Program. Therefore, it be resolved that the OFA lobby the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness to revamp and modernize the Ontario Wildlife Damage Compensation Program to ensure fair, transparent, and consistent compensation across all commodities affected by wildlife damage, including by 1, requiring farmers to attach a written report and supporting evidence to the livestock investigator's report upon submission. 2, requiring the livestock investigator to provide a complete copy of their report to the farmer upon submission, ensuring full transparency. 3, implementing retaining an upgraded certification for all investigators and reviewers, including standardizing training for those who review appeals with a focus on evidence assessment, species-specific kill patterns, and on-farm realities. 4, requiring all reviewers to provide specific, detailed reasons for any denied claim or appeal, clearly identifying missing evidence or documentation. 5, establishing an additional contact or escalation step for the producers whose appeals are denied, ensuring a transparent path for further review or mediation. 6, developing an adjusted evidentiary policy for cases where physical remains are not recoverable, such as raptor predation, allowing consideration of circumstantial or corroborating evidence. And further, it be resolved that the OFA collaborate with OMAFA to conduct a comprehensive review of the program's accessibility and utilization rates to identify barriers to participation and ensure timely, fair, and consistent support for all farmers affected by wildlife damage. Do we have a mover? Mike 4.
Marisha Kostick from Norfolk County. I so move.
And a seconder?
Harry Inthote, Norfolk County.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
I think it's long enough.
Is there anyone who would like to speak for or against the resolution? Microphone 3.
Excuse me. Sorry. There we go. Good. Yeah, hello, Jeff Maltby from Halton. I'm actually 100,000% in favor of this. I didn't even know it was here until I just read it. I am a livestock farmer, and I've lost cattle to coyotes lately, vealers. And it's taken over 2 years to even get the check. Mainly, they don't send out the right people to even investigate, and then they leave it up to me to prove what it was. Having something down more consistent and, reliable, I absolutely agree with. We need something like this, because I have heard of other guys just getting denied because there was nothing left. Well, it's not up to us to prove, how can you if there's nothing left? So I like this.
Microphone 1.
Yeah, Paul Burnham from Northumberland. I just question the wording in the therefore be it resolved. It says consistent compensation across all commodities. I grow sweet corn. Does that mean I can apply for bird damage? Sweet corn's a commodity, right?
Are there any other comments for or against? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That is passed, 87.8%. So with that, that's going to conclude our resolutions for the morning. Thank you everyone for your participation and for working with us through the technology. We will resume resolutions tomorrow morning, so if you could be back in the room for that. At this time, we'd like to turn the meeting over to Mark Rooser.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Reeser. I am the OFA Director for Dufferin, Wellington, and Waterloo. Earlier this year, I was elected to the Board of Directors of Cooperators, an organization that most of you are familiar with. Not only are the Cooperators and OFA an OFA benefit partner, but the two organizations share a long history that dates back almost 80 years, where farmers were dealing with issues related to insurance. In fact, Cooperators and OFA was one of the founding members of Cooperators. Today, I'm pleased to introduce one of my fellow directors and a colleague from the Cooperators Board, Mr. Chris Johnson. Chris owns and operates a dairy farm with his family and is an active participant in the community through several agricultural organizations. He holds a professional director designation and is an agricultural economics graduate from the University of Guelph. Chris is the chair of the Cooperators Compliance and Ethics Committee and is also a director of Gailey Foods. Please join me in welcoming Chris Johnson.
Good morning, and thanks, Mark, for that introduction. I'm not sure I've ever been actually introduced before. I might need to pad my resume, keep you up here a little longer. But yeah, Mark is a welcome addition to the Cooperators Board. I was thinking, when you take it to the high level, really all we're doing is risk management, succession planning, dealing with regulatory issues, all the things we're doing here today as well. So yeah, it's a little different, but it's still a jump. So yeah, Mark, you took a little bit of my speech, but that's okay. Joel Santos, our Cooperative Business Development Manager from Ontario and Atlantic regions, he'll be joining us this evening for the dinner. He's currently at a region committee meeting in Quebec. So he'll be joining us tonight and for tomorrow. So please, if you see him, welcome him. Cooperators are pleased and proud of our relationship with the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. We take pride in our cooperative values and heritage and our shared place in the cooperative community. As many of you know, in 1945, Cooperators was founded by a group of farmers, credit union leaders, and social pioneers wanting to care for themselves and their communities at a time when traditional insurers couldn't meet their needs. OFA was one of the initial member organizations to sign up for Cooperators as we know it today. And the spirit of our roots remain. We put the needs of our clients, members, and communities first. So I'm pleased to share some news today that directly supports our commitment to farm safety and rural community well-being. Cooperators are partnering with OFA to provide a one-time grant of $15,000 to help bring progressive agricultural safety days to rural Ontario. Progressive Ag Safety Days have had a tremendous impact over the years. Thank you. They've had a tremendous impact over the years, giving young people the knowledge and confidence to stay safe on our farms. Through this partnership with OFA, we're continuing to build on a strong culture of safety on farm and in rural communities and a brighter future for our next generation. 2025 is a special year with an exciting opportunity to celebrate the UN International Year of Cooperatives, and for Cooperators, our 80th birthday. These two occasions have been intertwined in our celebrations this year, and we're reflecting on how we have worked with our members to build a better world since our creation 80 years ago, and celebrating the cooperative community we're so proud to be a part of. I have no doubt that if we were not a cooperative organization, we would not be celebrating 80 years of meeting the unmet needs of Canadians. We understand that the decisions we're making today are not just about today. We're thinking about the long term sustainability of our cooperative and making decisions that are in the best interest of generations to come for the next 80 years or more. Cooperation has made us strong. It gave us purpose when we were created and still answers our why today. Our purpose is financial security for Canadians and our communities. We offer a myriad of products, solutions, and advice that meet the far-ranging investment and wealth planning needs of our clients. In all cases, we strive to build the long-term financial prosperity and the stability required to navigate times of uncertainty and recover with strength when challenges arise. And I would suggest succession and retirement qualify as times of uncertainty. Through our employees, financial advisors, and client-facing staff, we're embedded in communities across Canada. Our cooperative is strengthened by coalitions, partnerships, and cooperatives that span industries, sectors, political stripes. Together, we are stronger as we embrace and leverage our differences rather than use them as justification to move further apart. At Cooperators, we are strengthened by a diversity of perspectives that coalesce around a common purpose. Our 45 member organizations bring the interests of millions of Canadians to our governance tables. We believe a board is best served when its members bring varying experience, perspectives, insights, skills, and knowledge to the table. We launched a refreshed idea strategy to carry us from 2024 through 2026. Just to guide us in the early stages of our journey of inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, and to embed it into our operations across the business. In September of 2024, Cooperators announced a multi-year partnership with First Nations University of Canada. Our $390,000 three-year investment through the Cooperator Community Funds will support the implementation of a career center and work-integrated learning initiative that will connect Indigenous students with essential career development tools, education, and programming in a way that is aligned with their teachings and values. Through the Cooperative Development Program, Cooperators supports initiatives that promote the growth of emerging and expanding cooperatives. As part of our 2024 round of funding, we invested a total of $500,000 in 41 Canadian cooperatives, providing meaningful services to their local communities. We ended 2024 with $362 million in net income, $5.3 billion in equity, building on our stable capital position to ensure that we can meet the needs of the people and communities we serve. Our members, all of us here today, share in our success through the member loyalty program, which is largely based on the business members conduct with our company. In 2024, we delivered $26.2 million back to our members. This punctuates the mutual benefits of our relationship. Mutual benefit is key. As one example of, one example of how we build this together is through our member benefits program with OFA. This program provides exclusive discounts and enhanced coverage for your grassroots members on their farms for their farm, home, auto, and travel insurance. I invite you to visit our booth and speak with one of our farm specialists. I had a chance to speak with one last night. Very innovative and creative thinking young man. He'll find you a solution. So with that being said, we always learn so much by attending members' AGMs and constantly inspired by the success and perseverance of our cooperative community. On behalf of the entire cooperators, board of directors, and staff, thank you for inviting us, and look forward to the rest of the event.
So thank you, Chris, for sharing with us this morning. And in lieu of a gift, we are making a donation in your name to 4-H Ontario. So please join me again in thanking Chris.
All right.
Sorry, can I just, where do I do with my stuff?
Is it right here?
No, maybe under yours.
Under mine? Oh, there we go. There we go.
Don't want to forget that.
Right. All right. Good morning, OFA members, delegates, and special guests. I have a whole lot of folks who are going to help me with this next part of the agenda, so I hope they're maybe assembling over there. One of the most pressing challenges facing agriculture today, not just here in Ontario, but across Canada and around the world, is the shortage of veterinarians, and particularly those that work with large animals. Access to veterinary care is essential for livestock health, food safety, and farm productivity, yet for many farmers all across Ontario, but especially in northern and very rural areas, finding veterinary care is a challenge and sometimes impossible. You, our members, have brought this issue forward to us through resolutions, correspondence, roundtables, and regular discussions. The earliest resolution from our members on the shortage of large animal veterinarians in Ontario was 2004 from the Haldimand Federation. Therefore, be it resolved that OFA approach the Ontario Agricultural College and the Ontario Veterinary College to provide a plan to secure and provide adequate large animal veterinary graduates to practice within the province. 2007 from Hastings County. Therefore, be it resolved that OFA implore the Ontario Veterinary College to actively recruit students interested in large animal veterinary practice. 2021 from the Northern Caucus. Therefore, be it resolved that the OFA continue to work with stakeholders, including commodity organizations, the Ontario Association of Veterinary Technicians, the College of Veterinarians of Ontario, the Ontario Vet Medical Association, and the Northern Producer Animal Health Network to improve access to rural vet services and modernize the Veterinary Act if necessary. And further, therefore, be resolved that the OFA and other stakeholders assess the benefits and implications of mechanisms such as the expanded use of registered veterinary technicians, the potential for nurse practitioners, entry requirements to large animal vet programs, etc., to improve vet access in the short and long term. This was also a key part of the discussion in the Northern Summit last night. I could go on, but you get the picture. OFA and many of our partners here in this room today have made advocating for greater veterinary capacity and improved access to services a key priority. We are encouraged by the steps the provincial government has taken to help address the issue, and we deeply appreciate their commitment to supporting the needs of Ontario's livestock sector. A modernized Veterinary Professional Act received royal assent in 2024. A collaborative Doctor of Veterinary Medicine program is moving forward. A northern cohort of 20 DVM students will complete their first 2 years at Lakehead, starting in 2027. The innovative collaboration between the University of Guelph and Lakehead University is designed to address the critical veterinarian shortage in Northern Ontario, particularly in the growing agri-food sector. The Agricultural Adaptation Council has also established a veterinary incentive program with provincial funding that provides grants of up to $50,000 over 5 years to encourage newly licensed veterinarians to practice in underserved communities, particularly in Northern Ontario, and this program is set to run until 2032. But what else can we do? This past year, we expanded our bursary and scholarship program to include a targeted category of veterinary and veterinary technician students, hoping that we would help to inspire and support the next generation of animal health professionals that will support our members on the farm. We were thrilled to receive 9 applications in our first year, and thanks to the generosity of our livestock commodity and industry partners, we are proud to award a $2,000 scholarship, I'm getting goosebumps, to every one of these deserving recipients. Thanks to Beef Farmers of Ontario, Dairy Farmers of Ontario, Ontario Sheep Farmers, Veal Farmers of Ontario, and EastGen for supporting scholarships for our future Doctor of Veterinary Medicine applicants. And thank you to the membership and the OFA Board of Directors for supporting scholarships to our future veterinary technicians. This group of students has demonstrated both hands-on farm experience and keen interest in large animal veterinary medicine, and we're honored to play a small part in helping them build their future careers. With us today, I would like to acknowledge the Dean of the Ontario Veterinary College at the University of Guelph, Dr. Jeff Wichtel. He joined OVC in 2015 as Dean and a faculty member in the Department of Population Medicine, and he's going to help us give out some awards tonight, this afternoon. And with that, let's give out some awards and introduce these folks. So the first group is Dairy Farmers of Ontario. The first 2 scholarships, I think George Van Camp is here to help us with that. I'd like to thank Dairy Farmers of Ontario for sponsoring 2 veterinary student scholarships. Once both awards are presented, we're going to move off the stage and do some photos. The first winner of a scholarship sponsored by DFO is Allison Eyre of Athens. Allison grew up on a dairy farm in eastern Ontario, and after completing her animal science degree at Guelph, is now in her first year at OVC. She volunteers with her local church and is involved with the Ontario Agricultural College Leadership Conference. Following graduation, she intends to return to eastern Ontario and specialize in large animal practice. Allison is not able to be here today, but accepting the award on her behalf is Cornelia Danis. The second winner of a DFO-sponsored scholarship is Lily Kopp from Erin. Lily graduated from Guelph this spring with a degree in animal biology and is now in her first year of vet school at OVC. Although she didn't grow up on a farm, she has been drawn to dairy cows and farm life since her childhood. After completing nearly 500 volunteer hours at Kitchome Farms in Moffat, she now works on the farm in herd care, field work, and other activities. She also shadows Dr. Kristolovich from Upper Grand Veterinary Services on livestock farm calls and plans to work in dairy herd health after graduation. Is Lily here? I think, yes. Oh, perfect, sorry. All right, and we'll get lined up behind these folks as they are taking pictures. Our next award is sponsored by Beef Farmers of Ontario, and I'd like to ask BFO President Craig McLaughlin to come forward and help us with the award presentation. The winner of the scholarship is sponsored by BFO is Hope Grutenboer of Murillo. This is the second person that I will have met from Murillo. That's where Peggy Breckfeld's from. Hope grew up on a dairy farm near Thunder Bay, and after graduating from Lakehead University, she is now in her first year at OVC as part of the new Northern cohort. When she's not in school, she's an active volunteer in her community and works as a veterinary assistant at Northwestern Veterinary Hospital. As well, she's a relief milker. Her goal is to become a mixed animal veterinarian in the Thunder Bay area following graduation. Congratulations, Hope. Veal Farmers of Ontario are the sponsors of the next award. I'd like to ask Judy Dirksen from Veal Farmers to come forward to present this award. Erica Robertson is from Kentbridge, and she is the winner of the scholarship sponsored by Veal Farmers. Erica is a 6th generation on her family farm near Ridgetown and gained early experience with cattle and poultry on her grandfather's feedlot and pullet farm. Now, in her final year of veterinary medicine program at OVC, she has shadowed veterinarians at Chatham-Kent Veterinary Hospitals for several years and was a member of the Global Vets program. She traveled to South Africa to help with veterinary care, and Erica is looking forward to a career focused on large animal medicine. Erica isn't able to join us today, but I'd like to ask her brother Tyler, who's a delegate here today, to come forward and accept the award on Erica's behalf. Next in line, coming up behind these folks, Ontario Sheep Farmers and East Gen are co-sponsoring our final Veterinary Student Award today. Looking for Art Alblas and Tina Quinn to please come forward. Samantha Dixon of New Hamburg is the winner of this scholarship. Samantha is a second-year vet student at OVC following completion of a master's degree in animal breeding and genetics that focused on parasitic resistance in sheep. In addition to research, she has worked for Ontario Sheep Farmers, as well as on dairy farms, gaining experience in herd health, farm management, and understanding the complexities of modern agricultural production. She is looking forward to using her sheep industry experience and passion for dairy calf health and herd management in her veterinary career. Congratulations, Samantha. All right, and for this next group, I'd like to invite Tracy Arts to come up and help with presentations. In addition to veterinarians, there's another group of veterinary professionals who fill critical roles in our industry, and those are veterinary technicians. OFA is proud to support 4 scholarships to vet tech students this year, and Tracy Arts is a vet tech herself, helping us give out these awards. Our first winner is Mavis Carberry from the Guelph area. She's in her 2nd year of Guelph's vet tech program at Ridgetown. She raises and sells pet quality rabbits, has started an apiary, and has her own small flock of sheep. She has completed 24 4-H clubs, including dairy and sheep clubs, and is very active in sports. Mavis isn't able to join us here today, and accepting the award on her behalf is Greg Hannum. Our next winner is Alexa Elford. She was raised on a cow-calf farm in Kimberley, and after several years of full-time work as a veterinary assistant, she has started in the vet tech program at Guelph's Ridgetown campus. She has her own sheep flock and is building a Simmental herd with her fiance. Alexa has a long-time involvement with 4-H and is a former local fall fair ambassador. Alexa. Coming up next, we have Claire Koch, is our next scholarship recipient. She is also in the vet tech program at University of Guelph in Ridgetown. Claire was raised on a dairy farm near Baden. She's an active school and community volunteer and also this year's Wellesley Fall Fair ambassador. She is looking forward to visiting schools and talking to kids about agriculture. She's passionate about sharing her love of agriculture and is looking forward to long-term involvement in her family's dairy operation. Congratulations, Claire. Our final vet tech scholarship recipient is Sydney Sicard, who is also studying at Guelph Ridgetown campus. She is a former local Queen of the Furrow and 4-H Ontario ambassador. She's a competitive plower, a community volunteer, and a 4-H participant. Sydney is passionate about animal health and as a vet tech hopes to focus on improving genetics and herd efficiency. Sydney isn't here this morning, but she will be joining us for the Harvest Celebration dinner this evening, and accepting the award for Sydney is Lindsay Coles. And that covers our group of DVM and Vet Tech scholarships this morning. These folks are staying with us for lunch. Very many of them are with us here for dinner this evening. So please take a few moments, get to know them, shake their hands, and let them know how glad we are to have them in the industry. Thank you. Turning it over to Steve.
Good morning. My name is Steve Brackenridge, retiring director for Zone 10, representing Durham Region, Peterborough, Kawartha Lakes, and Haliburton. I'm also the OFA's board liaison to Agricultural Credit Corporation, one of OFA's agricultural organization members. ACC, as you know, offers low-cost operating loans to producers across Canada, and each member of the board of directors is also a farmer. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Jay Ekins, the CEO of Agricultural Credit Corporation. Jay was raised on a cash crop beef, tobacco, and vegetable farm in Norfolk County and is a graduate of the former Ridgetown College and Western University. Before joining ACC, he held positions with Farm Credit Canada, the Ontario Wheat Producers Marketing Board, and FS Partners. ACC was founded in 1992 as a not-for-profit organization and now includes 19 producer associations and marketing boards. Since then, the organization has provided more than $3 billion in operating funds to Canadian producers. They are also a sponsor of this year's AGM. Please join me in welcoming Jay Atkins to the stage.
Good morning. Everybody hear me okay? I had raised 2 teenage daughters. I can crank it up if you want me to. First of all, I'd like to thank OFA for allowing ACC to sponsor, to be a sponsor of this great event again this year. I was going to get up here this morning and bedazzle you with a bunch of slides and tell you all about the details around the Advanced Payments Program and the Commodity Loan Program. I was going to tell you how you can apply over the phone in 20 minutes, how you can borrow up to $1 million with the first $250,000 interest-free and the rest being at prime, and how you can get money within 10 days after your application. Instead, I wanted to tell you about a discussion I had with my chairman, Ian Harrop. Ian's here someplace. There he is, right there. So if you want me fired, talk to him. Ian and I had a conversation a couple weeks ago. The chairman said to me, he's chairman of our board, and he said to me, Jay, you have a tough job. ACC is going to lend $1 billion this year in 5 provinces on 4,000 different products. He said, you have 100 loans coming in a day. At times your job must be difficult. And I thought about his comments for a few minutes, and my response to his remarks would be the same comments I'll make to each of the producers in the room. I said to him, Mr. Chairman, my job's easy. I lend money to farmers. When they sell their crops and their livestock, they pay it back. It's very simple. I just have to be a lender. I then pointed out to Ian that as a farmer, he was the one with the difficult job. As a farmer these days in agriculture, as a producer, you have to be a veterinarian, a heavy equipment operator, an accountant, a banker, a mechanic, a chemist, a biologist, a geneticist, a grain trader, a marketer, a field hand, an HR specialist, an economist, a welder, a tire repair person, a feed specialist, a conservationist, a truck driver, a gardener, a secretary, a manager, a strategic planner, an employee trainer, an electrician, a mechanical engineer, a land planner, a negotiator, a lawyer, an adopter of animals for that stray cat that won't leave the barn. And on many occasions, you folks have to do this before the sun rises and after the sun sets. Besides all of these jobs, I said to Ian, I don't get blamed for high interest rates when they happen, but farmers get blamed by people for high prices of food, when in many cases they're getting the same prices they received 15 or 20 years ago. I said to him, I don't get blamed for driving to work, but farmers get blamed for taking equipment on roads and having people honk their horns and give you the finger when all you're trying to do is move a piece of equipment down the road to another field without taking off the neighbor's mailbox or a hydro pole. So I said to my chairman, my job is easy. As farmers, your job is hard. Agricultural producers and ranchers in the audience, what you do is a lot more difficult than what I do. Farming is extremely difficult. Financing your farm shouldn't be. Our job at ACC is to try to make your life a little bit easier, lend you some money at preferred interest rates, and not to make your job harder or not to blame you. So if you're interested in learning more about our programs, please give us a call when you have time between attending to the 44 other jobs that you have. We'd be happy to talk to you. I also want to take the opportunity to thank you all for the safe and nutritious food you put on my family's table and on the tables of people around the world. I know there's some food out there in the hallway getting delivered, so I won't keep you from it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jay, for updating our delegates this morning. We also appreciate ACC being one of our AGM sponsors again this year. In lieu of a speaker gift, we're making a donation to 4-H Ontario in your name.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you.
I'll turn the meeting back over to our president, Drew Spolstra, wherever Drew is. Here, right? Yeah. There it is, right there.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Steve, and thanks to Jay. And I'm certainly tired just thinking about the long list of jobs that we as farmers are all doing. The one thing you forgot, Jay, is politician. I didn't hear that on the list, and there's lots of them in the room too that are multitasking. So I want to just give one more shout out to our partners in the veterinary scholarship group, and I think a huge round of applause is owed to Dairy Farmers of Ontario, Beef Farmers of Ontario, Veal Farmers, Sheep Farmers, and East Gen as well. I think it's a really great opportunity for us to collaborate with those partners and bring everybody together to help support those veterinary students that need it so much, and hopefully will certainly help our businesses one day down the road. So thanks very much again to them. This brings our morning session to a close, and it's time to adjourn for lunch. We're a few minutes early, so there's a little time to socialize, but I want to thank the cooperators who are our lunchtime sponsors today. Thanks very much to the cooperators group. Lunch will be served downstairs where the trucks are, same spot you had breakfast, and we'll be reconvening back in this room at 1:15. I'd like to ask Andrea McCoy-Napersco to come forward and offer us the blessing.
Apples. Okay. Creator, thank you for this gathering, those that have provided and prepared this meal. We thank you for the hands that till the soil, for the rains and the sun that nourish the fields, and for the crop gathered this past harvest. Bless Ontario farmers with rest, strength, and peace, and may their labor continue to feed and sustain our communities. Amen.
Okay, thanks everyone. Enjoy your lunch.
Whether it's sweet ambrosia apples
or the refreshing crunch of a cucumber.
Things are looking good.
Grains that make the fresh loaf of bread or the crisp chicken that sits on top of it.
The cold milk in your morning coffee.
Or the corn for your cornflakes.
The raspberries and the peaches.
For the 2 pies that you can't choose between.
Or one of the 200 different local products for every season.
There's magic in every day, and it's grown right here in Ontario.
If you could just grab your seats, we'll get started in 1 minute, please. All right, everyone, welcome back. If you want to grab a seat, we'll kick off our afternoon session. One more time, how about a big thank you to cooperators for sponsoring our lunch. So you might know, as part of my role here as president of the OFA, I also represent OFA at the Canadian Federation of Agriculture table and on their executive committee. With us today is CFA's president, Keith Curry. Keith has been president of the CFA since 2023. He's no stranger around this room and has represented many organizations at the regional, provincial, and federal level, including as president of OFA. Keith farms in Simcoe County and is an eighth generation on his family farm. He will now join us to provide an update on what CFA has been working on over the last little while, and I do have a great big hook hiding under this table, just so he knows. Come on up.
Thanks so much, Drew, and it's really good to be back at OFA, and I was talking with a few people earlier. I think, not to date myself, but I think this is AGM number 37 for me, if I'm not mistaken. It started a long time ago, and the journey through OFA was, and still is, fantastic, and I really appreciate the opportunity now to be here speaking to you as the chair of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. I promised my staff I would read the notes. Usually I just like bullet points because if I read notes, I'm very robotic, but I'm assuming you've got Pete, you got the slide presentation? Oh, there it is, ready to go? Perfect. All right, so again, thanks for having me and carving out a bit of time, and I understand that I'm in between you and a really good keynote speaker who myself, I'm very looking forward to hearing Althea speak. She brings a lot of great political perspective, and I think regardless of what you understand about OFA or the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, it's all about the politics. So that's what we do every day, and I'm really looking forward to that speech. So as we move forward, I know a lot of you are familiar with the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, but we've certainly had a extremely busy year this past year. Obviously, much like OFA kicking off their year with the AGM, so does CFA in February. Our annual meeting every year in Ottawa happens usually around the end of February. If you get a chance to come, by all means, take in the experience. It's really great. This year we were fortunate or unfortunate, depending on how you look at it, having an election. And so CFA always hosts an Ag Leaders Debate, and we had another successful one this year with the 5 major parties having candidates there and us getting to be able to ask the right questions of those agriculture leaders to make sure that agriculture priorities are put forward. The other big event we have on an annual basis is our summer policy and board meeting. And it's typically tied around the federal provincial territory talks that happen every year. Wherever that happens across the country, we tie in our summer board meeting with it. And then we also bring the ministers of agriculture and the federal minister of agriculture, provincial minister of agriculture and the federal minister of agriculture around the board table for an afternoon of conversation. And it's an extremely valuable process that we do each and every year. And of course, we just concluded about a month ago our annual CFA Hill Day. We had 45-ish plus meetings with various members of Parliament from across the parties, as well as Senate members. Another very productive day, just bringing forward our initiatives and what we want to accomplish, and really trying to educate people that don't know much about agriculture about the impact of the industry. And I'm just going to go a little bit offside, and this is more for Althea to listen to than anything else, but we hear a lot through the media about the auto industry, which is obviously a very, very important sector here in Ontario. And by the way, the canola industry by itself is bigger than auto in Canada, just saying. But when you combine auto and oil and gas and forestry and aluminum steel, they still don't match the GDP of agriculture in Canada. Like, just think about that for a second. And when you talk about employment, those four industries combined are at best a third of the people employed that agriculture employs in Canada. So it was really refreshing to hear the budget a couple weeks ago, where for the first time in my lifetime that I can recall, we actually had a budget that acknowledged agriculture as one of the prime industries and the prime sectors that we need to invest in. And I think now is the time for us to take advantage of all the little tidbits that are in that budget and drive forward. So that's pretty exciting. CFA is also involved on the international scene, certainly being part of the a member of the World Farmers Organization, and I had the privilege of sitting around that board table. I just got back actually really late on Saturday from the COP30 convention in Belém, Brazil. And for the first time since I started going, I think this is my 5th COP, and actually we didn't get on the agenda. Agriculture, when I say we, agriculture did not get on the agenda till COP 26, so think about that. For the first time in my attendance, the conversation has changed from we're not being demonized as much as we are being thought about as that opportunity. And we're also being thought about how do we get financing into agriculture and how we drive this forward on the climate change narrative. So that was a positive takeaway, and actually, quite frankly, one that I wasn't expecting when I went. And certainly, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the launch of our Let's Grow Canada, and it's really about 30 members of our value chain all coming together, sending a letter to all the ministers and all the senators about the opportunities that agriculture presents going forward. We are the #1 economic driver in this country, have been for a long time. We're just misunderstood about that actually being a fact. So having all those sectors in the value chain coming together and driving that narrative of we need to grow Canada through an agricultural lens, hopefully is starting to resonate. And as I mentioned, I think based on what we heard of the budget, we're starting to get there. So let's continue that ball rolling. So there's a number of policy initiatives that are up on the screen there. Certainly, I think the big one for agriculture, and something I think we can take a little bit of credit for, was getting the consumer carbon tax reduced to 0%. That was put in place to try and change people's behaviors and people's habits. The problem for agriculture and problem for us in rural Canada is that we didn't have alternatives, and it was really setting us up to be paying disproportionately more than our urban neighbors were. So getting the removal of that carbon tax is certainly freeing up a lot of disposable income that we can now reinvest in our business and drive forward until we find out how we drive forward on tackling all things carbon. The repeal of the capital gains inclusion rate charges are great, and of course, coming out of the budget, we got a slight increase in our capital gains exemption. It may not be exactly where we want it to be right now, but moving up is a bonus, and so we're going to continue to drive that upper limit narrative, but at least we've got some movement there. And you know, you heard Jay Ekins up before lunch today, and Jay certainly has a lot to do with the advanced payment program. The interest-free limit up to $250,000 is a big one. We're still pushing for that to be even higher. It's a little problematic for Jay and company from the administration side and making money side, but for farmers and given the size of our businesses today, we're really pushing for that $350,000 limit. So we'll continue on that. Grocery Code of Conduct is a real feather in our hat. It's something that came together over the course of the last 2 years, and CFA has been at the core of really driving this. And we now have all 6 major grocery chain retailers on board with the code of conduct. It's a voluntary code, but we have an adjudicator in place, and really it's about playing nice in the sandbox. And there are penalties involved, even though they might be hard to enforce. It's brought everybody together for a common goal of making sure we're doing the right thing from a retail side and a grocery side for the consuming public of Canada. So we're pretty proud of that. And the other aspect, and it's really important for a lot of our members here in Ontario, Bill C-280 was that financing protection on fresh produce, which we had many years ago. We lost it, but it's back in place now. Scott Davison, Conservative member from York Simcoe, or whatever the new riding is now, he was the driver behind this private member bill, drove it hard, and we certainly support it, and glad to see that that's back in place, because horticulture is a big deal in Ontario, and it certainly provides a lot of support for our hort sector. And getting us exempted switching to the labor side, because that has taken up a lot of the airtime lately. Getting us exempt from the recent temporary foreign worker program restrictions was a big deal, or is a big deal. The TFW program needs some work, and we can always improve what the agriculture stream is. But it's working about as good as it can be in agriculture right now, so don't screw it up, was our message to the government. And fortunately, they listened. There's a lot of work to do in the TFW program outside of agriculture, and we're all in support of making it a better program, but it is so essential to agriculture. Just the SAW program, the Seasonal Ag Worker Program alone, brings in 70,000 people into farms in Canada each and every year. And we're still 30,000 jobs annually going unfulfilled on the farm. So imagine if we didn't have the SOP program there for us. So that TFW exemption was really important, but we still need to continue to make it a better program as much as we can. We're always working on agri-stability. It's a tough one. I know there's a lot of people that don't get themselves enrolled or involved in agri-stability, and especially when it comes to the compensation rate, but we're continuing to work on that because it is a tool that can be potentially very valuable, especially if you're a young farmer or a new farmer, to use going forward. 244 and 294, which in layman's terms is the right to repair bills that came out. We had to do a lot of work behind the scenes on that. Originally, those bills were geared toward mostly electronics, cell phones, laptops, and some of the electronics in our appliances. But at the end of the day, it captured basically everything. And for those of us in the ag industry, we really needed to make sure that we had that right to repair our own equipment without jeopardizing the safety of the equipment. I need to add that caveat, because given where our equipment goes today and the advanced technology in it, we have to know what we're doing, but we still need to be able to do those basic repairs to our equipment, and it's certainly something we're proud of getting those two bills passed in the House. And then, of course, the changes in registration uses to limited cathathrone, and we're continuing to work on a lot of different things with PMRA, but that was a really important one for our ag sector to make sure we got those right changes. We've been very fortunate to have a few new members join. The Canadian Pork Council came on board this summer as a member, back as a member at the CFA. That's a very significant get for us, a significant industry in Canada, significant ag industry in Canada. Hunting Council as well, they come on as partners. And one of the ones that an organization I've been working with for a couple of years, but pardon me, we actually formed an MOU with them this year, and that's the National Circle for Indigenous Agriculture and Food. There's nearly 350 million acres of agricultural lands in the hands of Indigenous communities and First Nation communities across Canada. They don't know how to upscale, and they're looking to us to make sure that we can upscale. Thanks, Dana. Looking for us to upscale with them, and there's a tremendous opportunity for us to work with Indigenous communities right across this country to really grow the business of agriculture through them. And a number of new corporate leaders, they're on the screen there. I won't go through them all. I will say that Princess Auto isn't totally new. They've just upped the amount, and it's really, Princess Auto is always a sticking point between me and my wife. She's restricted me to 2 visits a year now. All the farmers in the room will understand why I say that. And I'm also restricted to only 2 carts on those 2 trips. So, but happy to have Princess Auto there, a tremendous, great corporate sponsor for CFA. So what are some of the things we're still working on, ongoing initiatives? Of course, we've really shifted our thinking to how do we drive the economy through the government, and we were really happy to see
Mark Carney's government really have that economic focus. Our Prime Minister doesn't really totally understand agriculture, but he definitely understands agriculture numbers and the impact that those numbers have. So I think that's why you're starting to see some of the things like we did in the budget that just came out, and we're continuing to work with the government on how we can continue to roll those economic programs to our farmers and to the entire value chain. We're only as strong as what the strength is beyond our farm gate, so we want to see that value chain strong. Smart regulation is something I know in Ontario we've had that since the Ford government came in, the red tape reduction, and the Carney government's really focused on modernizing regulations. That might mean removal, but probably means better regulations, smarter regulations, and really looking at how do we standardize rules and regulations with our trading partners so we have a smoother transition for trade going forward. And it's something we've been talking with Mexico a lot in the last probably 6 months about how we increase trade with Mexico. And one of the biggest stumbling blocks is recognition of each other's standards. And that's important for an organization like CFIA who has to administer this stuff when it comes to trade. So we've really been working on that smart regulation piece. Infrastructure priorities. We always think about roads, rail, and ports, which are extremely important for moving our goods in and out. But you know, when you start looking at the infrastructure for rural Canada, our hydro system is 90 years old. Our businesses have grown and grown and grown tremendously. We need more power. How do we increase that hydro infrastructure to satisfy today's needs of Canada's agriculture? Rural infrastructure, I know OFA has been on this forever about natural gas expansion. It's something that's part of our infrastructure push going forward. And the obvious one that we've always talked about, but I think we might finally see some movement, is the communications infrastructure. Given what we do on our farm with our electronics, with our sensors, with our robots, with everything that we do, that communications piece, especially when we're talking about cellular service, extremely important as we drive our industry forward into where it can be. We need that communications tool, that communication infrastructure investment going forward. And certainly risk management. You know, we can only control what we control. Geopolitics always play a part in what we do, whether it's nationally or internationally. And of course, we're always dealing with Mother Nature. And we know we can't beat her. She's always going to win. But how do we minimize the impacts of Mother Nature going forward? And certainly how we look at our infrastructure and our risk management programs. I think that's how we minimize the impact going forward and accelerate the positives in our businesses. A lot of engagement, obviously, not just worldwide, but certainly given what's happened in the last 6 to 8 months, certainly with the United States and the U.S. Ag Organization. Zippy Duvall is the chair of the American Farm Bureau Federation, and Zippy and I have, at minimum, a monthly call. Lately, it's been probably every couple of weeks, but I really appreciate and respect those conversations. And at the end of the day, what I discovered is their farmers are just like our farmers. We all want the same thing. So how can we influence our respective governments to make sure that we don't hurt agriculture and we drive it forward? And certainly talking with a number of subnational farm groups in the U.S. has helped amplify that as well. I just got back late October from a trinational accord. Ontario certainly had a very big presence there. It was held in Mexico. And it's more subnational, provincial, and state government, both in Mexico and U.S. presence. But certainly from a national perspective, we were in Mexico anyways with Minister Heath McDonald working on some bilateral agreements with Mexico. So we were able to jump on board on the trinational accord, and it certainly is an important meeting that happens every year. Next year it's in Canada, in Calgary. So I encourage OFA to be part of that trinational accord as an important ag group in Canada and make sure that our voice is heard going forward. Last September we were in Lake Como. It was really tough having to go to Lake Como, but I took one for the team. And the biannual North American European Union Farm Leaders Conference, and a lot of stuff, great conversations, and a lot of stuff accomplished. And I see I'm getting the stand up here. I touched a little bit on labor and workforce development. It's certainly something that we're working on. You got the sign up, Drew, I know, and I'm standing in front of the cane, so I can't get the proverbial hit. But labor is something we deal with every day. And don't think that we're not dealing with it. We're dealing with it every single day. And please keep talking to us about what your needs are, because we need that feedback so we can drive it forward. And I mentioned the Let's Grow Canada initiative. It's really turning into a bigger deal than what we initially expected it would be in a positive way. We're bringing the industry together on a lot of different issues, and essentially it's about how we drive the business of agriculture forward into the future. Thanks so much. I'm around. I would offer up 20 minutes of Q&A, but I know the cane would come out. But I am around today, so please, it's great meeting with people that I've been meeting with for 30 years or 37 years of coming to AGMs, but happy to talk to people. And once again, Drew, thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
Well, thanks, Keith. There's no shortage of issues to talk about, I'm sure, and we love you, but we really want to get to Althea. So, on behalf of OFA, we made a small donation to 4-H Ontario for your presentation here today, and thanks very much.
Great. Thank you, Drew.
We are your neighbors in Ontario. We have so many things that we have to offer.
If you're trying to strengthen your local community, part of that is supporting local stores, and that if we all help each other out, it makes the whole city be a little stronger. It's super important for people to go visit these farms, understand the opportunities that it offers the local community, and really just continue buying local.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you could take your seat, we'd like to get the program on the road. If you could please find your seat. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Maurice, and I'm part of the OFA Executive and also sit on the Energy Committee. Energy is always a top-of-mind issue for Ontario agriculture, and it's my pleasure today to introduce our next speaker, Sunny Karunakuran from Hydro One. Sunny is the Vice President of Strategic Products and Partnerships at Hydro One, a team that currently manages a $12 billion portfolio of transmission developments. I should also mention that Hydro One is the sponsor of the Hospitality Shuttle for this AGM. We appreciate your support. Please join me in welcoming Sunny.
Thank you, Paul, and good afternoon, everybody. My name's Sunny Karunakuran. I'm the Vice President of Strategic Projects and Partnerships at Hydro One. It's great to be back here again this year, and an honour to join the OFA at this conference once again. The OFA has always been an important partner for Hydro One as we build new transmission lines, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to connect here with you directly. You all play a critical role in the province. You keep Ontario fed, healthy and strong. The farms and food systems are the backbone of this province, and your leadership helps sustain every community we serve. Thank you for your resilience and your dedication to feeding Ontario in every season and in every kind of weather situation. Hydro One is incredibly proud to serve the majority of farms and rural customers throughout Ontario. This year's OFA theme, Strength in Unity, Farms and Food Forever, captures something that matters to all of us. We are facing a moment of real change in this province. Our communities are growing and electricity demand is on the rise. New industries continue to emerge. At the same time, we all see the pressures on farmland and rural landscapes. These challenges are real, and they require our collaboration to get it right. Hydro One understands how important farmland is. We know that it's a resource that cannot be replaced. Every acre supports food security, local economies, and the identity of rural Ontario. As communities grow and electricity needs continue to increase, minimising the impacts on agricultural land is a key consideration in our environmental assessments and the process that we use to actually route our transmission infrastructure. Farms and electricity infrastructure have always operated side by side. For more than a century, our lines have crossed fields, supported livestock operations, powered barns and grain dryers, and kept rural communities connected. And that need for power is only increasing. Ontario's electricity demand is projected to rise significantly by the year 2050. The kind of growth requires extensive investment. It requires new transmission lines, new stations, and stronger infrastructure that can support the rural communities, the agri-food businesses, and the next generation of farming operations. And all this can only be done through partnerships. We cannot meet the challenge without the people who know rural Ontario the best. At Hydro One, we are investing in reliability and resiliency across the province. We are adding capacity on rural transmission lines. We are modernising equipment. We are strengthening the grid to withstand the storms and the extreme weather events that seem to be more prevalent these days. And when outages happen, our crews respond quickly because we know how essential power is to farming operations. From milking to heating to storage, your work depends on a reliable system, and we take that responsibility very seriously. We are dedicated to supporting the communities where we live and work across the province of Ontario. Many of our employees come from rural Ontario. Many grew up on farms. They understand firsthand what is at stake. That shared understanding is what helps us find solutions that work for the farmers as well as the power grid. As Ontario grows, the relationship between Hydro One and the agricultural sector is more important than ever. We share the same goal: strong communities, thriving farms, and a future whereby people can count on local food and reliable power. The only way we achieve that is by continuing to work together, listen to one another, and plan for the longer term. Strength and unity is how we'll protect farmland, support rural economies, and build an energy system that is ready for tomorrow. That's why I'm pleased to announce that our relationship with the OFA is also extending with the launch of a new bursary for 2026. This scholarship will support a student that is enrolled in a post-secondary education that's focused on either engineering, energy management, or sustainable energy production related to the agricultural and land use sector. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you for everything that you do for this province, and I look forward to the continued partnership and finding new ways to support the farmers and the rural communities that keep the good things growing in Ontario. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunny, for your ongoing support, and particularly for Hydro One's commitment to the new scholarship for the next generation of our industry. We appreciate you taking this time to join us this afternoon. In lieu of a speaker gift, we will be making a donation in your name to 4-H Ontario. Please join me in thanking Sunny again, please. I will now call on Joanne Hughes to take the stage.
Good afternoon, OFA members, delegates, and special guests. I'm Joanne Hughes, the OFA Capacity Development Coordinator. I'm pleased to be leading us through the scholarship presentation. It's always a highlight of our AGM to showcase our winners. Thank you to everyone for the funds that were raised last year. Through the silent auction, we were able to award 6 scholarships at $2,000 each. It is exciting to also see it expand so much more with the support of our commodity groups and industry partners who see the value of partnering and supporting as many students as possible. This year, our scholarship awarded 3 regionally to an undergraduate, 1 to a student in an apprenticeship, 1 postgraduate or leadership development, and new this year was a veterinary scholarship that was expanded and Kathy presented separately this morning. The successful recipients demonstrated industry-related achievements, an interest in agriculture and rural issues, and had impressive community engagement. This year we had 75 applications, which is the most applicants we've received for our scholarship to date. Before I hand out the awards, I would like to give a huge thank you to our judges. This year, we had 15 judges split between each category. I won't name them, but please look at the screen, and if you recognize a name, please thank them for volunteering their time. Now, on to the good part of the presentation, announcing the winners of this year's scholarship. Our first award for the apprenticeship category will be presented by Director Andrea McCow-Napersco. Congratulations to Mason Rice. Unfortunately, Mason couldn't attend today because he is on work placement. Angela Field, a fellow farmer in in his community will be accepting his award on his behalf. Mason is from Douglas in Renfrew County. He is currently in an agriculture equipment technician program. Mason was raised on a dairy farm, Riceland Farms. During his elementary and secondary years, Mason participated in several different 4-H clubs and is a regular volunteer in his community. To name a few, his local Lions Club, several of his local fairs, church, and Taste of the Valley, which promotes local food. Mason's future goal is to compete all the levels required to become a Red Seal agricultural equipment technician and to continue to upgrade his skills to be as current as possible. Congratulations to Mason. Our next award is for the postgraduate category. Will be presented by OFA Director Mark Reeser. Congratulations to Katie Normant. Katie is currently participating in an advanced agriculture leadership program. Katie is the Vice President of the Wellington Federation of Agriculture, a member of the Policy Advisory Council, and a participant in the Rural Water Quality Committee. The outcome she would like to achieve by taking ALPA is to deepen her knowledge of governance and its best practices, step into a more formal leadership role, and become a stronger advocate for Ontario farmers and local food systems. Congratulations, Katie. We'll now move into one of the 3 undergraduate scholarship recipients, starting with the Central Region. Again, this will be presented by Mark Reeser. The winner of this award is Clayton Divot. Clayton is from Guelph in Wellington County. He is currently in his 4th year of the Bachelor of Science in Agriculture degree program at the University of Guelph. Clayton grew up on a cash crop farm near Ripley and found a passion for plant and soil sciences. At the university, he selected Honors Ag major, which has allowed him to explore his passion further. Clayton found a love for research through his 3 years of classes and has been working in the crop pathology lab this past summer, assisting Dr. Hugh Earle with several of his trials. His #1 career goal is to bring new innovations to market. Congratulations to Clayton. They're really quick. Presenting the award for the Northeastern region is Steve Breckenridge. Congratulations to Heidi McFadden. Heidi is from Duro-Dummer, Peterborough County, and is pursuing a Bachelor of Commerce in Food and Agriculture Business with a minor in Data Analytics at the University of Guelph. Heidi has developed strong leadership skills through her work in agriculture. She is an avid volunteer, holding positions such as Secretary and Vice President for local organizations, volunteers for Big Brother and Big Sisters, actively helped run Junior Breed Association events, volunteered as a peer tutor at the Norwood Library, and was awarded the Volunteer Award in 2021, presented by Honorable Doug Ford for her contribution towards helping to coordinate the breakfast program at St. Joseph's Catholic Elementary School. Heidi is committed to leveraging technology to reshape how we grow and distribute food. Congratulations to Heidi, sorry. This 3rd and final undergraduate scholarship and the final scholarship that will be presented through this scholarship program is for the Southwestern region. We have an added sponsor for this scholarship from EDF Power Solutions. I'd like to invite David Thornton to the stage.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. And without further ado, congratulations to Nicole Danon. Nicole grew up on a dairy farm in Oxford County and is currently pursuing a degree in agricultural science at the University of Guelph. Nicole enjoys volunteering in her community with groups such as 4-H, Junior Farmers, Tavistock Fall Fair as an ambassador, and College Royal. Nicole participates on the University of Guelph judging team. She has competed once at the Canadian Western Agribition in Saskatchewan, as well as for 3 years at the Canadian Intercollegiate Judging Competition in Guelph. Nicole looks forward to heading back to the farm to incorporate innovative agricultural technologies and practices to improve efficiency and productivity. Congratulations, Nicole.
Ooh, did I have it? I don't know what's happening with this screen. I'm sorry. I'm new to this. All right, so I would like to end by giving one final round of applause to all the deserving students. Our future looks bright. If everyone involved in either presenting an award or receiving an award can meet just out the doors, then they will get a group photo. And finally, to all of you, we wouldn't have this scholarship without your support. So bid often and bid high so we can support a whole other group next year.
Good afternoon. My name is Crispin Colvin, and I'm currently the Director for Zone 6 of Lambton and Middlesex County, soon to be replaced by Micah Campbell, who will do an absolutely outstanding job. Look forward to working with Micah in the future. Our next speaker is no stranger to most of us in this room. Senator Black has spent his career working in agriculture, rural and leadership fields. He's been involved in the 4-H Ontario, Junior Farmers Associations, the Advanced Agricultural Leadership Program, the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness, and the Rural Ontario Institute. Quite a resume. In 2018, Rob was named to the Senate of Canada, and since then he's become one of agriculture's strongest and most passionate and most committed voice in the Senate. He's currently chair of the Senate Standing Committee on Agriculture and Forestry. But he has one other claim to fame that I want to touch on very briefly. Senator Black is known for something else. He gives the best tours of the Senate and its history. So if you're in Ottawa and you have the time, and he has the time, I suggest you get a hold of him and get a tour of the Senate. Senator Black.
Thanks very much, Crispin, for that introduction. And I love giving tours, so I'd be happy to give a tour to anyone that's down there if I'm available and if I have the time. Happy to do so. For those that you don't know me, I'm a senator from Ontario. I'm one of 24 senators in the province of Ontario, and as Crispin mentioned, I do chair the Senate Standing Committee on Agriculture and Forestry. I want to begin by acknowledging and thanking the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. Thanks very much for the invitation, and President Drew Spoelstra for inviting me again this year. Always a pleasure to join you. I'm here for the day. I'll head back home later this evening, but it's a pleasure to be here. Drew, your board and staff does great work on behalf of Ontario Agriculture, and I want to say thanks to you and your entire team, Kathy, and your staff team for all that you do. You work hard to keep the issues, challenges, and opportunities for Ontario and Canadian agriculture front and center all year long, and you do a great job of it. It's an honor and a pleasure to join you today at the annual general meeting to discuss, what I want to discuss is the critical importance of soil health. I'm always excited to speak about the Senate Agriculture and Forestry's Committee report on why soil health is human health, and so thanks again for the invitation. I think we'll just move this ahead. There we go. When I joined the Senate Agriculture and Forestry Committee in 2018, I immediately started pushing for a soil study. The Senate had not dug into Canadian soil health since 1984, when they did their first Senate soil health study. And it's safe to say we were long overdue for a new report. That Senate soil study, that 1984 report, is the most requested Senate study ever in the history of the Senate of Canada. And the new one is the most downloaded Senate soil study, or Senate study ever in the history of Canada. So both hold high place in the Senate. On June the 6th, 2024, the Standing Senate Committee on Agriculture and Forestry published a new comprehensive study on soil health across Canada. And our hope right from the start was that this report would spur the federal government to recognize what we in this room already know, that soil is critical. It's essential to all of life, and we must do whatever we can to preserve it. Obviously, our report, like the last one, was written for the federal government, but I actually believe it's a valuable tool for provincial, territorial, and municipal levels of government as well. And further, I hope it resonates with all Canadians. Our study took place over 18 months, during which we heard from 153 witnesses, including scientists, researchers, farmers, ranchers, industry stakeholders, and individual Canadians. We received 74 briefs. We visited numerous farms across this province and across the country, in addition to traveling to Rome to the Global Soil Partnership Plenary Assembly, which was hosted by Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations in the summer of 2023. We used the wealth of knowledge that we gathered talking to those people and receiving those briefs, and tabled a report in the Senate of Canada called Critical Ground: Why Soil is Essential to Canada's Economic, Environmental, Human and Social Health. That was on June 6, 2024. And I do want to just go through it briefly. Some of you might have heard me talk about this before, but I do encourage you to read it. I do have some postcard or some bookmarks here that have the QR code. I'll make sure they're put out somewhere, Kathy, Drew, that you can download the report if you wish. So just a brief review on the report. We approached the study from a variety of angles, but our main finding was clear. Soils throughout Canada and around the world are at risk and require immediate action to protect, preserve, and conserve our world's soils. We learned about the troublesome conditions of soil health, the pervasiveness of soil degradation, a state in which soil is significantly loses the ability to grow food, hold water, and promote biodiversity. And you know, Canada's soil is facing unprecedented challenges: climate change, extreme weather events, pollution, urbanization are degrading soil in every region across this country. The degradation of soil from these extreme weather events threatens our food security, the environment, and millions of individuals' livelihoods across this country. It's not just a problem, though, of Canada. It's a problem for around the world. In fact, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations found that in 2021, 30% of the world's soil were degraded to the point where they could not grow anything in that soil. 30% in 2021. They went on to say that by 2050, that number could be as high as 90%. That's 24 years from today. 90% if we don't do anything about our soils. That's not too far away, and it's hard to picture a world with hardly any healthy soil to grow our food, purify our air and water, but it might be a reality facing future generations. During our study, the committee learned that there were many regenerative soil methods out there in the field, including no-till and low-till, using cover crops, diversifying crops and inputs, agroforestry, and grazing management. We did hear about the potential. It's an Agriculture and Forestry Committee. We did hear about the potential of agroforestry, which certainly does have a positive long-term impact on soil health in Canada when it's properly managed. The benefits of all these healthy practices are obvious and immense. They include cleaner air and water, climate change mitigation, enhanced biodiversity, and food security. Healthy soil management practices also help farmers improve crop yields, which obviously increases profitability. Our committee learned about new technologies that are critical in managing and improving soil health, and how farmers have integrated precision and smart ag tools into their farming practices. We learned about digital tools that can track fertilizer placement, soil sensors that can clean up contaminated sites. We heard about many other innovations that are now a part of everyday farming, including seed drills, satellite imagery, and moisture probes. For farmers, these tools have translated into increased yields, outputs, and profitability, which is largely due to innovative techniques resulting in better soil health. But we also heard that precision ag technology is expensive for farmers, and some of these innovative tools, in fact, many of them rely on strong Wi-Fi access, which is not always available in my neck of the woods anyways. The Harrops here, we don't have very good internet Wi-Fi access, do we? Certainly, I'm forever dropping internet and cell phone calls. I was talking to a minister yesterday from home, and the cell service dropped 5 times in a 25-minute call. All this to say, the committee learned much about the critical ground under our feet and how this vital natural resource is perishing, but we also heard how farmers, scientists, and researchers are working to rebuild and renew soil across the country and around the world. So what can be done to preserve and enhance soil health in Canada? As I said, the report contained 25 recommendations for the Government of Canada to protect, preserve, and conserve soil health. I'm pleased to share that last November, we did get a government response to the recommendations, and I won't have time to go through all the recommendations, but I do want to touch on a couple of them. Recommendation number 1 was for the federal government to designate soil as a strategic national asset. I can't overstate the potential for soil for the country's well-being and prosperity. For Canada especially, the agriculture sector can become a powerhouse, an economic powerhouse. We heard that from Keith Curry, if the industry provided with the necessary resources and supports that they need to survive and thrive. Canada is already a food sovereign nation, and we can use this to ensure food security for our nation and the world. Not to mention the environmental benefits of healthy soils that keep our water and ecosystems healthy. The government supported this recommendation in principle, explaining that they did recognize the foundational role that soil played in agriculture, ecosystems, and human health. Recommendation number 4 outlined a lack of available data on soil health, and soil looks different in every region across this country. Further, provinces, territories, municipalities, and Indigenous communities each have different ways of gathering information on soil health. This makes it difficult to analyze and compare apples to apples and soil conditions across Canada. We recommended to the government that they support the development of a consensus on how to collect and report data on soil health. Recommendation number 4. While the government's response said that they supported these recommendations, we were disappointed that they didn't move forward with anything at this time. However, the ongoing activities and engagement through the National Soil Health Strategy being led by the Soil Conservation Council of Canada could help examine and explore that option further. We called on the federal government to take the lead in creating a National Soils Institute and database, requiring collaboration with all levels of government, Indigenous communities, academia, ag organizations, ag and forestry producers. Recommendation number 5. A national soils database would help us to better understand the state of our soils today so that we can find strategies and remedies to help with soil degradation. The government said they supported it in principle. They said that while there's a strong foundation upon which to build from to create a national soils database and institute, further assessment was required to identify what resources were required. But with this in mind, last September of 2024, they announced a national project and team led by Dalhousie University and engaging universities across the country called the Canadian Soil Data Portal Project, funding through NSERC. It was a funding of $6.9 million, and it'll be completed in May 2028. So nothing in that recommendation will they move forward with until that project is completed. When I was out in Vancouver, just a couple of days after the Senate's study was tabled, talking to a group of soil scientists in Vancouver, They were already noting 4 days after it was tabled that they were using the report and the recommendations for their funding proposals. And so that's exciting, and I think that's a win for our committee and the report. Moving on to recommendation number 7, with soil degradation occurring all over the world and throughout our country, we also heard how it's important to protect and preserve soil, agricultural soil, so that we can ensure we have the land we need to continue feeding our country now and into the future. Essential, healthy, and productive soils are being used, as we all know, for developments and infrastructure, with little consideration for the value that these farmlands bring to Canada's food security. And I've already heard people talking about that today, and I just arrived at 11 o'clock. Certainly, land use planning is an important issue. And when you think about the 4,000 acres that are south of Collingwood and Clearview, the 3,000 acres that are down in Middlesex County, the 770 acres in Wilmot Township, and many other acres that are being gobbled up potentially without looking into the value of that farmland for agriculture. It's important to ensure that policies at all government levels include mechanisms that prevent rich farmlands from being sold for development. I'm speaking to the converted, you know this. That's why recommendation 7 called for all levels of government to develop measures to protect ag lands now and into the future. And we needed collaboration. We asked for collaboration from all levels of government. The federal government supported this, which was good news. They explained that they're already doing good stuff with provinces and territories, implementing policies that support the protection and conservation of ag soils through SCAP funding, through funding like SCAP. They also said that issues like land use planning on agriculture will continue to be considered in current and future frameworks. While this is promising, government officials continue to commit ag lands for industrial developments, especially during election campaigns that we just went through. Certainly just in the last few weeks, I've heard about the Pickering lands, which were supposed to go to the Rouge Valley Urban Park. But now I'm hearing that some of those lands might be used for development. We need to ensure that the value of preserving farmlands is kept front and center when we're talking to our members of provincial parliament, our members of parliament, and our senators across this country. So for the sake of time, I'm not going to go through many more recommendations, but I will just end with the last recommendation. Our final recommendation in the report asks for the government to recognize the urgent need to protect and conserve soil. 2024 marked the 40th anniversary since the Senate's first ever soil study, the first of its kind, and today it's still in high demand. But we don't have another 40 years to protect and conserve our soil. Thankfully, the government supported recommendation 25. They said that they're already beginning efforts to improve and renew their focus on soil health, and that they are committed to continuing their recommendations around these commitments in this regard. Certainly another win, we thought. I'd be remiss if, you can find the government response. It's far more detailed than what I've provided you. I just paraphrase. But overall, the government supported 9 of the recommendations, supported in principle 13 of the recommendations, and acknowledged 3. And when they acknowledge 3, they essentially go like this. So 22 of the 25 received overall support in some fashion. With that, I encourage you to read the entire report, and if you wish to download a copy, you can, and I'll make sure these bookmarks are put out. But I did want to spend a bit of time then, so inspired by the Critical Ground report, I am proud to announce that in June of 2025, so about 6 months ago, I tabled Bill S-230, an act respecting the development of a national strategy for soil health protection, conservation, and enhancement. A national strategy would inform Canadians of the importance of soil. It would also ensure that the Government of Canada is mandated to make strides to protect, conserve, and enhance the health of our country's soils. We need to ensure that we have healthy soil, and enough of it, to continue feeding our country, our province, our country, and our world, while also taking care of the environment. Once my bill passes, I don't say if, I say once my bill passes, both houses of Parliament, Bill S-230 would require the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada to work in collaboration with provinces, territories, Indigenous bodies, various stakeholders, along with Ministers of Natural Resources, Environment, Climate Change Canada, Indigenous Services Canada, and other relevant ministers to develop a national strategy to support and promote efforts to protect, conserve, and enhance soils across this country. There's the bill. You can see it online. It outlines various measures, and it's not a long bill. It outlines the need for policy and legislative measures that recognize the crucial nature of soil health. It outlines the need for knowledge improvement measures that promote the analysis and gathering of data on soil health in Canada, and the need for education and information measures that encourage the sharing of information throughout the agricultural community, as well as measures to appoint a national soil health advocate, which is something that Australia had up until the change in government a couple of years ago, to promote the preservation of soil across this country. My bill also recommends that the national strategy declare soil as a national strategic asset, which was the first recommendation in the original report. So this bill will just help to bring some of those recommendations together and protect, enhance, and conserve Canada's soils. We need to declare soil as a strategic national asset and recognize its role as being vital as the water we drink and the air we breathe. In my mind, it's a three-legged stool. A national strategy is just the beginning of a path towards soil conservation in Canada, but it's a necessary step to safeguard our soil now and for generations to come. I am looking forward to shepherding this bill through the rest of my in the Senate chamber. It passed second reading last Thursday. It's now been referred to committee, at which time it'll be debated further, discussed, debated further, back to the Senate for third reading, and then on to the House, so that the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food can begin working on a national strategy to protect, conserve, and enhance soil health. Remembering that the United Nations prediction that 90% of the world's soils could be degraded by 2050, my hope is that the Senate report moves all of us ahead quickly and helps us further define a vision and have the discipline, commitment, and courage to act around soil health for our grandchildren and great-grandchildren. We don't have another 40 years. We've got 25 years or less, and that should keep us all up at nights. So with that, I missed a slide or two. So with that, thanks very much for the opportunity. I'm here for the evening. I'm happy to take questions, but I know you're on a time schedule, so I'll be here during the evening too. So thanks very much for the opportunity.
Yeah, sure. We do have a couple minutes for questions, if there are any, for Senator Black. Leo.
Yeah, thank you very much for your report and your presentation. I think soil is a little bit like a motherhood issue, isn't it? So who would stand up and raise objections to reports and moving this along through Parliament?
Yeah, I would agree. I think it is a motherhood issue. But there will be folks that think it'll cost too much money or require further resources. The work that can be done to develop this strategy, in my mind, is something that the department can do. Senators actually can't put bills forward that actually cost money, so we can't put money bills forward. This is just asking the department to work with others to develop a strategy.
Question.
Yep.
So what kind of teeth do you envision in this legislation? So in my local township, we have indiscriminate dumping on farms because people can get paid a lot of money to bring fill from Toronto and spread it all over a farm, and the farm is essentially useless. So what kind of teeth would the legislation, or would you envision it having, to prevent that kind of thing?
So I don't have a vision for the teeth. That's where the development of the strategy would in the discussion and consultation with federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal councils, that would be developed, in my mind. That's where my head is. Larry, before you ask your question, I just wanted to share with you that I sent a letter out to 220 rural municipalities in the spring of 2025. And to date, almost 20 municipalities have passed council resolutions supporting the document and the resolutions, and have spoken further about their willingness to support activities around the report itself. So all that together, Leo, I think will I think there has to be teeth. There has to be teeth, but I'm not going to say what those have to be. Larry, you had a question.
Thanks, Senator Black. And for those who say this is going to cost money, I can give them, and you can give them assurance that it will save money. You and I both know that.
That's right. That's right. We don't have another 40 years. Thanks. Question over there, Ed?
Yes, thank you for your work, Rob. I keep hearing about the soils being degraded. Once you have the national standards for how to measure soil health, I'm sure you'll recognize that some producers are doing a great job at conserving, building, and enhancing their soils. So I would ask at some point, would you sponsor the Senator Rob Black National Award for Soil Champion?
We'll talk. But I do want to mention that the report does talk about the fact that that there are good things happening out there across this country, in Ontario and across the country. Folks are doing good things, just not enough folks, right? And we know those folks, including you folks here in the room, but certainly more can be done. And so one of the recommendations, some of the verbiage in the report speaks to the fact that those pioneers, those folks that have been doing good stuff for a number of years, aren't being recognized, and they need to be recognized going forward. Do I let Bill say something, or?
Hello?
You open that door. Bill.
Don't cut me off again.
What did he say?
Rob, I think one of the most important things we have going is the emails that I get at least twice a day about stopping the sprawl, and that is likely the best thing you can do to preserve soil. Stop the damn sprawl.
I agree. You know, land use planning is not a federal issue, so we can't do a lot at the federal level. But the Ag Committee has now started last Thursday a study similar to this one on food security and food sovereignty. That is a national issue, and you can't have food security and food sovereignty without land to grow. So I'm hopeful that one will lead the other to force the federal government to weigh in on land use planning.
Awesome. Well, thanks very much, Senator Black, and I just want to say thank you for your presentation here today, your advocacy, your leadership, and your support of Ontario and Canadian farmers. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just a little token of our appreciation and a donation to 4-H Ontario.
Best organization around.
100%. Thank you. You bet. All right, we're getting near the end of the day, and we do have one more award to present this afternoon. This is a new one for us, and it has special meaning to OFA. And it's named in honor of an individual whose vision and leadership has left a legacy in our industry. Peter Hannum was a respected voice, and I'll say a giant in our industry, not size, but figuratively. He's a former OFA president and someone whose impact on agriculture has a deep reach. He believed deeply in the power of leadership, lifelong learning, and investing in the next generation, and his work changed our sector in ways that continue to be felt every day. We have a short video of Peter sharing his thoughts about farming, leadership, and making sure our voice is heard.
A few months before his passing, former OFA President Peter Hannum recorded a heartfelt video for his family, reflecting on their farm's rich history and his impactful tenure with the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. In tribute to his legacy, this video shares Peter's thoughtful insights on his work with OFA and his vision for the future of agriculture.
In order to improve agriculture, we have to, for some purposes, work together as a industry. I decided to join OFA and become involved. When I was president of OFA from 76 to 79, I would give 3 to 5 speeches a week anywhere in Ontario. And I used to kid various club members that I had attended more Rotary Club meetings than they had, and I could have become a member of those organizations. And I found several areas in farm organizations that I wanted to improve. One was to move the OFA office out of Toronto. It was in downtown Toronto near Bloor and Jarvis, and it was not accessible to farmers at all. And I wanted it to be closer to the center of agriculture. And of course, Guelph was becoming the center of agriculture in Ontario. I really don't know what drove me, other than an ambition to help farmers and improve the agricultural industry, because farmers are a minority. We're not going to get things given to us unless we work for them.
So this is the first OFA convention that I can remember where Peter isn't with us, and he is missed. Another key part of Peter's legacy is his involvement in establishing the Advanced Agriculture Leadership Program. ALP is a program that has shaped hundreds of farm leaders across Ontario and beyond. Many of our current board members, for example, are graduates of this program, myself included. In the early 1980s, when the Kellogg Foundation in the United States began supporting rural and agricultural leadership programs across several states, Peter was among the first to see the potential for something similar here at home. He helped bring together leaders from across Ontario's agricultural and rural organizations to pursue this opportunity. It was their collaboration and Peter's determination that led to the creation of the leadership program uniquely designed for Ontario agriculture. The early years were not easy. Funding was uncertain, travel and seminar costs were high, and the program needed someone willing to champion it relentlessly. That champion was Peter, who took on the challenge with the same conviction that he brought to everything that he did. As president of the Foundation for Rural Living, he worked tirelessly to raise the funds needed to make ALP a reality. His belief in lifelong learning and the potential of emerging leaders drove him to ensure that Class 1 and every class that followed had the chance to learn, grow, and prepare to lead Ontario agriculture forward. It's because of that commitment to leadership, to training, and to the future of our sector that the OFA has created the Peter Hannam Leadership Award. This new honor recognizes emerging leaders who embody Peter's vision and his lifelong dedication for advancing Ontario agriculture. I'd like to welcome Peter's son, Greg, to the stage to say a few words and help me with the presentation.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you, everyone. What an honor to have an award created in my dad's memory. I know that Dad would be humbled and honored for this to be done on his behalf. And from my family, myself and the rest of my family, it's extremely meaningful to us when we think about the fact. And there's two reasons. One is this is from OFA, and I can't underestimate how important OFA was to Dad. He truly believed and a strong belief in the role of OFA in Ontario and for Ontario agriculture and how important it is. And the power that OFA has is people working together. So the strength and unity is a firm belief that Dad had in everything that he did and was part of his success. So for us, it's extremely meaningful for OFA to want to recognize Dad. And again, the second is his lifelong ambition to drive leadership development. Lots of examples, and we were humbled by the number of tributes and articles and comments that we got from people on how they how their life was changed by their interaction that they did have with Dad. I grew up with it, so it was just what it is. And the one thing he did tell me is never give up the opportunity to talk when you get a microphone put in your hand, so I apologize. But yeah, so those are the two kind of key things from our perspective as the family that are meaningful for this award to be created in Dad's name. So thank you very much for the honor in doing that.
Okay. I'm sure we have something to present. It's just not right in front of me. Little glitch. So, the first ever winner of the Peter Hannam Leadership Award is the General Manager of the Ontario Dairy Goat Cooperative, Incorporated, and a member of the current class of the Advanced Agriculture Leadership Program, where she hopes to strengthen her skills in governance, strategic planning, and leadership. She's also a director with the Kincardine Agriculture Society and the Bruce County Federation of Agriculture and Secretary-Treasurer with the Bruce County Community Pasture. A sheep and crop farmer, she is a graduate of Nipissing University. Lindsay Dykeman, congratulations on being this year's winner of the Peter Hannam Leadership Award. Okay, this brings us to the end of our official AGM for day one. Before we adjourn, I'd like to ask you to join me in thanking all of our AGM sponsors. Our generous event sponsors are ACC, Ag Credit Corporation, Conservation Ontario, Farm Credit Canada, Farmers Markets Ontario, and Wallacine Feeds. Our sponsor of the keynote speaker is the Greenbelt Foundation. Our lounge sponsor is Princess Auto. Our hospitality shuttle sponsor is Hydro One. Our food and beverage sponsors for breakfast with the Egg Farmers of Ontario, welcome reception are, Gortson Parts. Lunch was the Cooperators, of course. The harvest celebration dinner is Scotiabank. The chicken at dinner is Chicken Farmers of Ontario, ironically. The dairy sponsors, the Dairy Farmers of Ontario, and the networking breaks, the Canadian Propane Association. And the silent auction sponsor this year is Boralex. Thank you very much to all of those sponsors. We couldn't do it without you. Just a quick note that this year, a little bit of a change. The silent auction will be open until 9 o'clock tonight. So again, bid early, bid often, as much as you can. Lots of good stuff out there. We have changed up the format. Dinner will be in this room. That's why we're vacating at 4 o'clock. We're not going to be down the road. We'll be in this room starting at 6 o'clock. The doors will open at 6, and the program will start at 6:20 with Minister Jones. And outside here in the lobby, previous to that, at 5 o'clock, will be the Taste of Ontario Beer and Wine and Cider Social. Again, that'll start at 5 o'clock around the auction tables. And later on, we'll celebrate. That's it for me. We're adjourned for the day.
Hello. We would love to have you continue your conversations in the outside hall so we can get this room ready for your dinner shortly. Thank you. You have 4 minutes.